Okay, it is 9:34 and we're going to get started. As usual, we have a busy agenda and some major items here, and there might be some major discussions. So if everyone could be conscious of the time. Those doing briefings today, if you could keep your briefings as brief as possible, that'd be great. There's always an option of continuing to brief us at the next meeting, but seeing 4 briefings on the agenda and also multiple applications that are time sensitive, we have to keep moving and keep to the point. So with that being said, I'm calling this meeting to order. We need to approve the agenda with the addendum. Where's the addendum? Right here. What's it? Where's the addendum? Oh, the correspondence. So the addendum is 4 items of correspondence that are being added, no business items.
Also, can we potentially defer the motion about relocating time to a different time as well?
Oh, yes. The business item regarding meeting time by Mr. Carl needs to be deferred because he's not here today. So we could do that at this point as we discuss the agenda. I need a mover and seconder for the current agenda. Moved by Don, seconded by Councillor Schell. So if someone could just move that we defer Mr. Carl's motion. So moved by Peter and seconded by Don. All those in favor? So that item has been deferred to the next meeting. Got that, James? The remainder of the agenda, any proposed changes? Yes, Don.
I notice in the correspondence there's supposed to be some correspondence from Mr. Leary on page 225 and again on 226 that doesn't appear in my agenda. I don't know. I suppose Ryan can speak to it if necessary, but my page 225, 226 don't have those letters.
So the clerk will add all relevant correspondence to the records. So if you could just maybe it is in this package. Is it drawings of Sydenham Street, 110 Sydenham Street?
Oh, these are drawings, they're not correspondence. Okay, I understand. I was confused.
Extra computer renderings have been submitted as part of the package, I guess. Okay, so any other proposed changes to the agenda? Seeing none, we'll vote on the agenda as printed, in the order as printed. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So now, confirmation of minutes from July 6th. Need a mover? A move by Councillor Schell, seconded by Peter. Any errors or omissions to last month's minutes? Seeing none, we will vote on them verbatim. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Disclosure of pecuniary interest. I will remind Mr. Gervin Mack when he returns to disclose his pecuniary interest on the file where he is the agent. He can't do that because he's not here right now, but he can do it at his next appearance. Any other disclosures? No. So we will go to briefings, item 6, second page. Sorry, delegations. We have one delegation today. Christine Simpnowicz is speaking regarding 8D, Roman numeral 1, the new Village of Berryfield Heritage Conservation District Plan, recommendation for approval. You have 5 minutes plus questions. Please come to the mic.
Many thanks for this opportunity to speak again. Last month I spoke to you about the heritage value of Barriefield Village. As you know, I'm president of the Barriefield Village Association, which is dedicated to the conservation of that heritage district. Designated back in 1980, Barriefield was Ontario's first heritage conservation district, setting the standard for heritage protection across the country. According to the Canadian Register of Historic Places, Barriefield has retained much of its 19th century historic character in both its individual properties and cultural heritage landscapes. Barriefield is indeed a gem of historical preservation, and I welcome you to visit, take a walking tour, and see for yourself its beautiful stone church on the hill, historic houses, uninterrupted vistas, grasslands, and the original grid street pattern intact. Why has the City of Kingston managed to achieve this extraordinary feat of conservation? Because Barriefield residents live by the philosophy of stewardship, adhering to heritage strictures in any changes they wish to make to their homes. We are dedicated to conserving Barriefield's heritage, and we are united in wanting a heritage plan that helps us do so. Most deputations of private citizens seek the relaxation of heritage strictures, hoping to get away with modifications contrary to heritage guidelines. The BVA, in contrast, is united in calling for strong heritage protection to ensure that Barriefield's heritage integrity is conserved. What an opportunity for Kingston to continue its role as a heritage pioneer, heeding a groundswell of public and community support. We're grateful for the city's openness to discussion and appreciate that the heritage plan before you is improved over earlier drafts. In general, the language is clearer, there's greater protection for views, and new recognition of key heritage elements like the waterfront and the rock garden. However, the BVA believes the updated plan is weaker than the original 1992 plan at a time when the village faces a number of uncertainties, be it the Horton School property, which is about to be developed, or the DND lands, whose future remains unclear, or the ongoing piecemeal but very important matter of conserving existing heritage buildings. We have made the same arguments over and over again in over 60 pages of careful analysis and feedback to all 4 previous drafts of the revised heritage plan. Frustrated with the lack of take-up from the city and the consultants on some key issues, we commissioned the highly respected local heritage consultant, Andre Scheinman, who worked on the Sydenham plan, to advise us on the heritage value of the village's open lands. In his report, he was adamant that these lands are crucial to the village's heritage character. His input continues to be ignored. Given that several years ago, the consulting company MHBC recommended a high-density development in Barriefield, flying in the face of the 92 plan, it's perhaps unsurprising that the same firm recommends that those impediments be removed in the new plan. How to proceed? Heritage Kingston should not be content with a shoddy document that fails in its assigned task. Council should be advised that some key modifications need to be made as follows. First, in keeping with the 92 plan and following the clear counsel of Mr. Scheinman, there should be recognition of the heritage value of important open lands, the Horton property, D&D lands, not just provision for the protection of historic views. Note that Mr. Scheinman does not make the extravagant claim that there should be no development on these lands. He simply makes the point that they are crucial to the character of Barriefield, and that if you give them no heritage protection, you will destroy the village's heritage. The Ontario Heritage Toolkit for the designation of heritage districts, pages 24 to 25, repeatedly states that natural features, topography, and open spaces are appropriately identified as heritage attributes. The draft at 4.52 should not permit unsympathetic features in new construction. Particularly egregious is that permission is given for restricting heritage materials to the front with non-heritage materials on the sides and back. And don't forget that Barriefield's open rural character means that it's often possible to see all 4 sides of a house. This should be prohibited. In cases of ambiguity, this is number 3, e.g. where heritage materials for new construction are only recommended in a guideline but required in a policy, the more robust strictures should be adopted. We cannot have a plan whose wording invites conflicting interpretations, inviting unscrupulous development, and possibly landing the city at the OMB. Fourth, the plan should give recognition to the principle that new construction should not overwhelm old. Fifth, at the very least, why not stipulate that any new housing development should have the same ratio of different story houses as the original complement? This is far preferable to the plan's easiest assumption that new construction need only not exceed 2 stories, rather than the 1.5-story norm in the 92 plan. 6, some parts of the draft are difficult to understand and hence provide poor guidance, e.g. principles for new construction at 4.51b. The wording here needs to be made more precise. 7, finally, the city should not reverse more than 30 years of heritage stewardship practices whereby alterations in heritage districts come before the Heritage Committee for advice and guidance. The updated plan should clearly state that alterations, additions, and new construction are to be considered by Heritage Kingston, which then recommends to Council. In any case, it should be emphasized that if the city is contemplating a reduced role for Heritage Kingston in the oversight of heritage districts, it's particularly important that staff have the benefit of a clear, robust, and stringent heritage plan to guide them in making decisions about developments in heritage districts such as Barryfield Village. Finally,
30 seconds.
Okay, Barryfield's heritage has intrinsic value. It's also key to Kingston's cultural tourism, evident in the 2,000 visitors who came to our Heritage Festival to celebrate the village's 200th anniversary in 2014. Please provide us with a heritage plan that adequately protects the heritage jewel of Barryfield for us all to enjoy, both now and for generations to come. Please stand up for Barryfield. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? I have a question for you regarding, I think it was your fourth point, talking about the balance of new and old construction and the size of that it would be permitted by the new construction. Could you, are you suggesting that the new plans simply state wording with a maximum of 1.5 stories? Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, the current draft refers to a maximum of 2 stories. The 92 plan refers to 1.5. As a sort of compromise, I guess, we were suggesting that construction of new buildings could continue, preserve the existing ratio of different story buildings. So some are 1, some are 1.5, some are 2. So ideally, it would be nice to stick with the 1.5 principle of the 92 plan, but as a compromise, we're suggesting at the very least, try to preserve the existing ratio of different story buildings. I mean, just to ward off the possibility, indeed one might argue the likelihood, that new buildings, new houses will go to the absolute maximum and be as large as they possibly can be.
In terms of policy, it might be difficult to put that into a very simple way that would not be misinterpreted. How would you suggest a policy that would allow a mix up to and including 2 stories, but with to try to stick to a certain ratio? How would you do that?
Well, I guess we're thinking of the possibility of a large-scale housing development, right? So in that case, I think it'd be pretty simple to put it into effect. You just have to count up the number of houses of different kinds. One of my neighbors has done that already, and just ensure that if it's a development with a number of houses, that it maintains the same proportion.
And so this wouldn't affect an individual owner if they were building a new construction of 2 stories. It would be permitted by this theoretical policy?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be hard to stop someone from building a 2-story house. But one of the nice things that the Heritage Committee has done in the past is provide guidance on those kinds of issues to point to the heritage character of the village and the ideal of avoiding going to the maximum. So that's a role of the Heritage Committee that I think we were at risk of losing to anticipate a debate I know you're going to have in about a month's time. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other members? Sherman.
Thank you. I'm not sure the procedure, but just a couple of questions. With respect to statement number, where is it? Number 3, about the facade. In the definition of the principal facade, it says means the building elevation or elevations that are visible from the public street or right-of-way, which indicates to me it's not necessarily the front wall, but the walls that are visible from the street. I'm concerned that there, or I believe that there is appropriate protection of a principal facade that is street view. Can you see that there be a variation of that interpretation?
Well, I guess I just think it's a very poor heritage conservation principle to have a kind of Potemkin village, or the sort of Hollywood set where you've got, you know, what you can see is heritage, but the building as a whole is not consistent with heritage principles. So the argument is that the whole of the building, all of its facades, should be made of heritage materials. And indeed, that's the position the Heritage Committee has taken over the years. So again, it's another instance of a change from the 92 plan that weakens the heritage protection. And I just don't understand. I mean, as a homeowner, would you really want a building that has, supposing it's like 2 or 3 facades, given your point, which is a good one, that, you know, some of them you would see from the street, maybe not just the front, how incoherent a building that would be. It just seems to me.
Another question, Chairman?
Just from an architectural point of view, it is common practice through architecture for principal facades to have one finish and secondary facades to have another. That can be seen through history and is indeed evident in historical heritage properties.
That's true. I mean, I'm thinking of on Earl Street, there's some interesting examples of brick facades and limestone around the back. But note, it is limestone, right? They're all heritage materials. So if there was some kind of coherent idea about a heritage building made of heritage materials throughout, but this is to give somebody a pass where they don't have to have heritage materials on all the facades. So I don't think it's, you're quite right, there is a precedent for that kind of thing, but I don't think that's what's being entertained here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, members of the committee? I'll go to members of the public. Oh, not on delegation, sorry. All right, well, that's it then. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thanks again.
Just to comment that should whatever form this plan takes, and should the practice continue that the Heritage Committee does not comment on alterations, then the only thing that staff has to go on, not having the advice of the committee to go on, would be what's in the plan. So that's why it's so important to get the wording of the plan as close as possible as what we feel it should be. This is our opportunity to do so today when we get to that item. Okay, on to briefings. There are 4 briefings. First one by Julie Salter-Keene, Community Projects Manager, and she will be talking about accessible customer service.
Good morning. For you that do not know me, I'm Julie Salter-Keene. I'm Community Projects Manager, and I'm the Manager for Accessibility for the city. Thank you for inviting me. It's a timely request, as July 1st, 2016, the accessibility standards were amended to require that all volunteers and staff are trained in accessible customer service. Maybe. James. Escape and bring it back up.
It's just, can you speak to the first slide?
Sure. As he tries to get us going here, I'll just speak to the first slide. So the objective of this short briefing is to define disability for you, describe the key features of the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disability Act, which is the AODA, demonstrate best practices for interacting and communicating with persons with disabilities, and to identify the responsibilities of volunteers under the customer service standard. People with disabilities, approximately 1.8 million Ontarians have a disability, which equates to 15.5%, or approximately 18,000 people within the city of Kingston. It's increasing with the population as we get older. 1 in 2 people are over the age of 70. Underreporting, and not everyone reports through Statistics Canada if they have a disability. And then we have the spending power of 21 to 25 billion people, or $1 billion a year in Canada on disability. Accessibility benefits everyone. Accessibility doesn't just benefit people with disabilities. It's seniors, it's families traveling with young children who have strollers, shoppers, and visitors with luggage. The city's mission statement speaks to accessibility, and it states that to enhance the quality of life for present and future generations by providing progressive professional services and leadership that reflects the needs of all those who work, live, visit, or play in Kingston. The legislated responsibility under the AODA requires that the purpose of the legislation was to achieve a fully accessible Ontario by 2025. It's develop accessibility standards and the regulation to enforce the standards, and it's a proactive advancement of our accessibility through the Accessible Customer Service Standard that I'm here to speak to today, and there's the 4 other standards: information and communications, employment, transportation, and design of public space. As I've indicated earlier, all staff, volunteers, and every person who provides goods, services, or facilities to the City of Kingston must be trained in accessible customer service. The standard, as I indicated, was approved in 2007 and recently amended in July 1st of this year. And the requirements of the standard is that the city develop and implement accessible customer service policy and procedures, that staff and volunteers are trained. We have policy with respect to assisted devices, and I'll speak to these shortly later, support persons, service animals, a feedback process, and alternate communication methods, and as well as notice of service disruption. The 4 principles of the Accessible Customer Service Standard are dignity, which allows the individual to maintain self-respect and the respect of other persons; independence, recognizing when a person is able to do things on their own without unnecessary help or interference from others; integration, which allows all individuals to benefit in the same place and in the same or similar way as others; and equal opportunity, the access equal to others as well. What you can do, city can do, volunteers, etc. Flexible service, we looked at meets the needs of individual customer. We always put the person first and the disability second. Understanding that some methods of service may not work for all people. Allowing for comments and suggestions, which we have through a feedback process with the city. And providing as much notice as possible if there's a disruption to service. So i.e. if the elevator isn't working in City Hall, we give notice to individuals who may be coming to City Hall today who may want to access the council's chamber. Under the AODA, a disability is defined, and I've listed those there: physical, hearing, vision, mental health, learning, intellectual, and an injury or disability for which benefits were claimed. There's a short video here that's just going to speak to sensitivity training. And I think I can get it. It's 2 minutes,
How long? 2 minutes? Okay.
maybe 3 minutes. I'm running out of time. We'll send the link out to you. It seems not to be working this morning. So we'll send the link out, and if you want to take the time to look at that, would be great. So I'll just finish up quickly with respect to the policy, and through the video, we would have seen some of this with respect to assisted devices. So the city's policy that a person with a disability is permitted to use an assisted device to obtain services within the city unless there's a health and safety risk, and the city may offer other reasonable measures to assist a person with a disability to obtain services. So examples, wheelchairs, scooters, canes, walkers, assistive listening devices, etc. We do have some of those within the city itself. In City Hall, we have wheelchairs. At John Counter Boulevard office, we have wheelchairs. We have assistive listening devices. So the policy speaks to that. Service animals, you'd see that in the video as well. A person with a disability may enter the city premises accompanied by a service animal unless excluded by law, which e.g. Food preparation. And the city may ask a person with a disability for a note from a doctor or nurse, and the list is quite extensive now, that confirms the need for a service animal if the city was questioning the use of the particular animal. And it's the responsibility of the person with the disability to control the animal at all times. Support persons, a person may enter the city premises with a support person and is entitled access to that person at all times. The city may require the person with a disability to be accompanied by a support person for health and safety reasons. And if there is a admission charge, the support person does not need to pay that fee. It's the person themselves. Feedback, the city has a feedback process through Contact Us. It's, if you go on, if you have an issue with respect to any accessibility within the city, they create a work order, it goes to the particular department, they respond in a timely manner. And under the legislation, the city is required to track those questions and report out on a quarterly basis. What is your role? Identify to remove barriers that prevent people with disabilities from fully participating in the community. Take time to understand the need of your customer, ask how you can help, and be more open to working with people with disabilities to find a satisfactory solution. And general service tips, treat all customers with respect, offer a variety of methods of communication, understand the nature and scope of the services you provide, and accept feedback. And there's a thank you, and if you'd like more information, the AODA, I provide the website to the accessibility website for the Accessibility Directorate of Ontario. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Sherman.
Thank you. Are we required to acknowledge specific training or review of this information to committee, to the city?
So under the legislation, we have to track that all staff and all volunteers are trained, yes.
But is there something we need to provide, a proof that we've seen this information? And
There was a document in your letter of acceptance to the committee that I believe you returned earlier in the year. Everyone received that with their package. But, yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. So next we have Mr. Paul Robertson, City Curator, who will speak two topics. One is civic collections overview and policies, and the other is portrait collection reinstall and interpretation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee for inviting us back to continue this continuing series of briefings on elements of cultural heritage here in Kingston, and specifically today dealing with the civic collection and our portrait collection stationed here at City Hall. We did do a brief briefing earlier on to talk a little bit about the civic collection, so this is a good opportunity to elaborate on elements of what that is. It's still a high-level overview, but you'll have a better sense of what do we mean when we say civic collection. The civic collection, in essence, is all of the cultural heritage tangible objects that belong to the City of Kingston. So those are the things which are stationed at our civic museums here at City Hall, in city parks overall. And so it's essentially an inherited collection. We have grown it a bit over the last 5 years, but what the images that you will see today, most of them, these are pieces which have come to us through various means, either through previous amalgamations or other donations over the years at our various civic sites. So you may remember this bubble from the earlier talk about the culture plan. Much of our work has been dictated, or directed, I should say, by the recommendations in the culture plan. Tangible heritage, our collection, is very much an important piece in the storytelling that we do. It's the tangible documentation, the witness to who we are as a community and the activities and things which have gone on here. The recommendations as set out in the culture plan back in 2010 very much set out for us a roadmap of the work that we as a cultural heritage unit within cultural services have been following. And in essence, it's to establish procedures and proper consistent processes for looking after the collection and for building that collection over the course of time, so that that storytelling element that I described is enhanced through what we bring into that collection. And at the same time, you'll see in recommendation 8, the foreshadowing of this group and the establishing a role with what is now Heritage Kingston in helping us as staff to work with the collection to enhance it, to look after it. So one of the first things that we did have to look at was establishing a formal policy for not only our museums, but specifically for the civic collection itself. And this policy lays out the guidelines as to what is good collection management, what is good collection development, and how one, particularly in our municipal role, and as directed by the Community Museum Operating Grant from the province, ensures that we have a consistent set of procedures and processes for looking after the collection. This is very much a living document, and as time goes by, it's reviewed and it's kept up to date to ensure that it's actually reflecting what we need to be as good collection managers and curators. And examples of changes which are current and upcoming now are the development of our cultural, our public art master plan and the commemoration strategy. We want to ensure that the policy reflects how those two documents affect collecting over the course of time. So included in the work that we're doing are elements of what is the collection, what is its scope, what is our mandate for collecting, and of course that, as you'll hear in a minute, that's very much reflected or reflects the themes and mandates of our individual sites, as well as the community as a whole. So that very much sets the tone for the collection development that we do over the course of time. Certainly we're looking at, in relation to collections development, acquisitions, and at the other end of the process, deaccessions, which is the fancy museum word for saying how do you remove an object from a collection. Collection research and documentation, which is an ongoing process, certainly something that in this inherited world that we live in, there's a lot of work yet to be done. A lot of work has gone on over the last 5 years, but it's incumbent upon us to ensure that new information is added to the collection at the time pieces come in, but also to go back over the pieces that we do have. Collections care, which also includes storage, pest management, all those kinds of collection management things, are just basically the day-to-day way that we look after it. What is the proper method for ensuring that these objects are here for the long term? And of course, conservation, which is the restoration of pieces, and as well as the general level of preservation, which the environment that we ensure is in place. One piece, which is a good example of, or a couple of examples of conservation jobs we've done more recently, is the 1095, of course, out in the park across the street, which was a huge job over several years, as well as the restoration of the Christopher Hageman portrait in Memorial Hall, which was again a long and interesting process whereby we discovered a lot of things about the history of that painting just through its materiality. By way, as I mentioned a minute ago, the various sites have their themes, and so the collection is actually divided into a number of subgroups. In large part, this is the inherited component, and that these collections came with these sites when those particular museums came under the wing of the city. McLaughlin Woodworking Museum, of course, its mandate is in the largest sense wood, so its collection is very much based on wood technology and also woodcraft. This set of images on the screen gives you a sense of the eclectic nature of what is in that collection. Some of it's Kingston-based, absolutely, but it also has had in the past a broader mandate to be collecting a good representation of what woodcraft and wood technology has been over the previous years, certainly over the last 150 years in Canada and in Eastern Ontario. Pump House Steam Museum is a little different in that it, being the original waterworks, is an historic site in its own right, but its collection is much more based on the building itself. Its movable collection, if you will, is much smaller than, say, McLaughlin, which was formed to house a collection, whereas Pump House is there as an historic site. So the pieces which are in place, many of which are fixed assets, like the Osborne Keeley engine in the pump room at the building, were there to operate. So those are artifacts as part of the base building, if you will. Certainly the trains that we have on site, which are a very popular feature, that's a collection which is grown. It's very much a working collection, and the volunteers that we have connected with the trains are the ones who keep that alive. And it grows in order to enhance that as a site feature. The Phoebe, which you see there in the lower right of the screen, has been stationed at the pump house for many years, and as you know from previous meetings, it's soon to be moving to Portsmouth Olympic Harbor on as a temporary measure, partly to preserve the boat, to take it out of the weather, and also to allow us to complete the construction project, which is starting in September at the museum. City Hall is an interesting mix. Of course, City Hall is our symbolic center. It's our center of municipal government. It's one could argue, the main symbolic venue for this city. Almost every visitor who comes to this town ends up at City Hall at some point in their visit. The collection that's here is a broad mix. In the earlier definition of what civic collection was, it was often understood to mean civic collection was City Hall. We've now broadened that, as I described, broadened that definition to include all city cultural heritage assets. City halls, we focus on the things which are connected with this building, but specifically with the history of administration and municipal government in this space. The odd-looking object you see at the top of the screen is actually the clock mechanism for the clock in the tower, the Seth Thomas clock that was built after the fire that destroyed the tower, the dome, in 1907. It was installed in 1908 and is still operational. It's a lovely piece. It's like looking at a clock without a case. The case is the building. And that rather peculiar object you see on the right end of the screen, that's representative of what we call the Mayor's Gift Collection. These are official gifts which mayors of most municipalities received from visiting delegations over the years. We have inherited quite an eclectic mix of objects. This looks to me to be some kind of Asian headdress. We are still doing research on exactly what it means, but it was certainly left by a visiting delegation. This is the growing area, if you will, what I call other civic collection. These are pieces, some of which have come into the collection more recently, other pieces we've had for a long time, but what they reflect is much more the broader story of Kingston as a community. The piano, the Wormwith, was actually built at the Smith Robinson building, just over on Princess Street. That came to us a couple of years ago. That cigarette pack, that's very much the story of the tercentenary, when everything was branded tercentenary material. The painting in the middle is an Alfred Pellin. That's actually part of the Art Collection Society collection of art, which is a slightly awkward name, but that was a group that came together, a group of well-meaning community volunteers who actually donated art to the city of Kingston. It was a collection assembled in the 1960s and 70s with the notion of building a civic gallery. They wanted a civic collection, and they wanted contemporary art. And some of this is Kingston-based, some of it is broader Canadian artists, and we are blessed to have it because I can tell you that these are pieces that we could not ever afford to get now. And the police department sign you see there, don't formally own it. I mean, we do as a larger community, but we have since signed a memorandum of understanding with the police department to look after its collection. It, like the fire department, has an extensive collection of objects and documentation which they've been looking after for many years. They've come to us with our collection management curatorial expertise to now look after it. And some of these pieces you'll see on display in our new police lockup gallery downstairs outside the jail cells. And of course, public art and commemoration, as I alluded to before, these are new policies which have come into place here in the city of Kingston, both to build on and enhance the public art which is in the collection already, much of which was acquired by the city in the 1970s, and of course commemoration, which is in the tangible sense, is a broad mixture of things, largely monuments. Most of this collection we loosely call our outdoor collection because most of these pieces are actually stationed outside. As you can see, it's a bit of a mixture. This is actually one area that will continue to grow now that these policies are in place. It gives us the ability to be able to manage how those objects come to us in future. Very much connected with storytelling. And of course, the archaeological collections. The city has actually had a very small archaeological collection, largely related to City Hall for the last 40 years, since the renovation of 1973. But more recently, we acquired a portion of the collection of the former Cataraqui Archaeological Research Foundation, CARF for short, which was instrumental in doing most of the digs here in Kingston over a 30-odd year period. And when that organization closed several years ago, some of the collection, we worked through the province with the ministry, and some of that collection is now here. The pieces which we are now managing directly are items which came from city property, the largest component connected with Market Square. Some of those items are now on display downstairs in the Heritage Resource Centre. This is a collection which I won't say it's static, it's not growing specifically at the moment, but it certainly, it's a resource, it's the underground resource, which it's very exciting. There's an amazing amount of material there, and that gives us a lot of scope for further interpretation. And what's the role of this committee? Certainly, specifically as it relates to the new Heritage Assets Working Group, there is a direct connection with looking after the civic collection by way of advising staff on the preservation and maintenance. Collections development, which is a big piece, is in where are we going with this collection? What you've looked at are the pieces by and large, which we've had for many, many years, but what is our role as a municipal government, as a municipal curatorial service to look after that tangible aspect of our history? And certainly, as I alluded to before, archaeological resources and the archaeology master plan. The master plan, which was passed by council several years ago, has taken on a new shape now that we have this CARF collection. We have actually actively become part of that archaeological process in a way that we were less so before. Now, moving on to the City Hall portraits, which is still part of the civic collection, but that is probably the most prominent feature of this building, is just this room alone. Of course, we're surrounded by them. This is 61 portraits are what's in our collection. We believe it to be one of the largest municipal collections of civic portraits in the country. We are quite blessed that a city which is only so large, in fact, has a collection this rich. And certainly speaks to the prominence of Kingston in earlier years, and a tradition which continued for a lot longer than in many municipalities where doing this level of portraiture ceased to be. We have many in this building, as you well know. We also have a number which have been in storage for many years. The collection is interesting in the sense that it's had an odd, varied history, shall we say, and that there have been periods when it's been much revered and respected by the community. Other times when I think, just in large part probably because of space needs and just the general changing needs of municipal government in this building, a lot of the portraits just disappeared. In fact, I'm told by colleagues that the jail cells of which I spoke was actually one of the storage units for the portraits at one point. So these great white men were in fact all locked up at one point. At any rate, we've come full circle. They are back on the wall, or soon to be back on the wall. A number of them are in storage. And as part of this plan, what we've done is mapped out the building floor by floor, focusing on the public areas. So the goal is to place all of the portraits within public areas. They might not be in the sense, as you heard a few minutes ago, accessible in the formal sense. We have to take advantage of stairwells and that kind of thing. But the goal is to have them all out in the building so that they could be interpreted at some level and at least be visible, including bringing the portraits which are in the market wing, the back corridors, and actually bringing those forward so that our most recent mayors actually are available for the public to see, so that we move towards having a gallery, if you will, of most recent incumbents in the mayor's role there for everyone to see. In a way, every time they come to council, they'll actually get to meet them, so to speak. And it's obviously it's a growing collection. Council passed a mayor's portrait policy several years ago, which has moved away from oil portraits in the formal sense. But photographic portraits are the new direction, but nevertheless, the tradition will continue. And the one thing which has been missing, we of course have an amazing set of tour guides that operate in this building, and they have been very much our traditional vehicle for sharing the stories of City Hall. That continues, that's not a change, but we're going to enhance it. I've often been asked, why are there no labels on the portraits? Why do some have name tags and others don't? So what we are introducing is a system of new labeling that will give a short biography bilingually for each of the mayors or other incumbents in the picture. And so that as you move through the building, you'll be able to get this higher level of interpretation. This information, of course, we'll also hope to share on the website. We're looking at web applications down the road. It'll be part of an ongoing series of levels of interpretation, but at the beginning, just to get the word on the wall, so to speak. And from a heritage preservation point of view, we're using what we call wall noodle technology. You've probably seen them. They're peelable vinyl. In fact, if you've seen the Movember labels which have been on some portraits in the building, is sort of an experiment. That's the technology we're talking about. So, thank you.
All right. Any questions from members of the committee? Yes, Jamie.
This is a question regarding the portrait collection and sort of long-term interpretive visions or goals. I mean, the portrait collection is a tangible representation of a very dominant cultural narrative, which is particularly, unique across Canada, but also within Kingston. Are there any ideas to use these objects or to expand the interpretive, position to disrupt and expand the stories to allow that, these other stories that are typically rendered silent in Kingston's community, whether women or Indigenous cultures? I mean, this is one version of Kingston, and it's a valid version. It's a version that existed, but I sort of see potential to use these objects to juxtapose and disrupt to allow other stories to come forth. Any ideas on that?
I'm glad you brought that up. That's actually been a part of our discussions over the last number of years. We realize a lot of, as you can tell from what I've just described, much of the work we've done over the last 5 years has been housekeeping. It's just figuring out what do we have, and we're still trying to figure out what we have. But at the same time, the gaps are pretty clear. In the role that we've adopted for the Civic Collection, in that we're trying to fill the gaps in the larger community. As we know, this city is blessed with museums and blessed with collections, but they tend to be specialist collections, including our own collections. I mean, looking at the Pump House and the McLaughlin specifically, they're very focused on finite stories, so to speak. So there are elements such as Indigenous people, women, newcomers. Those stories are not adequately told, and that's part of the ongoing work that we want to do. Over time, we hope, through various means, both tangible and intangible, hope to build a collection in those directions. I think it's a large part, it's working with community, because you're not looking at stuff, from antique shops. This is current material.
Anyone else? Okay. Well, thank you very much, Paul. And now we have Dan Curry, MHBC Planning, a briefing about the Berryfield Heritage Conservation District Plan recommendation for approval. Just a reminder, before you start, briefings are limited to 10 minutes.
Okay, I'll be quick. I'm just going to introduce, before I hand it over to Mr. Curry, just to set the stage for everyone. This project is now crest its 2-year point, so we're moving along, and we've had 4 well-attended open houses, 4 information reports to this committee, numerous meetings with interested stakeholders, including 5 separate meetings with the Berryfield Village Association, 1 statutory meeting that this committee hosted in May, and we're now before you today with a new Village of Berryfield Heritage Conservation District Plan that we feel adequately conserves the value of the district. The staff report that's in your agenda package, pages 1 through 10, outlines some of the details in more than just what I said of the process that we've taken thus far, and some of the key concerns that we've heard. Certainly, you've heard and will hear that some of the members of the public are not completely satisfied with this, with our approach and with this plan. And I can assure you, this committee, that we have reviewed each and every comment that have come in, most of which we've replied to in writing with our responses, including Mr. Scheinman's report. We've also, some of the suggested changes, I'm afraid, are beyond what can be enforced by the Heritage Act, and some we feel do not actually aid in conserving the heritage values, so aren't appropriate in the plan. Dan will elaborate on those a little bit here in a moment. And we appreciate that this draft may not be everything to everybody, but we feel that it can withstand a challenge, and we feel that it ultimately conserves the heritage value of Berryfield. And with that, I'll pass the mic over to Mr. Curry, our project team lead, to provide a short overview of the plan before you and some of the key concerns.
Thank you, Ryan. Good morning, everyone. And I recognize the full agenda that you have. So I'll move as quickly as I can through this, although there are a few points that I do want to spend some time on because they're important and have been raised by the delegation and others. But really it's to identify the key changes and a number of the key comments that have been made most recently in terms of the proposed plan. I'll touch on these, and again, some in some detail and some in less detail. And of course, if you have questions on some of the ones that I might not have spent much time going into detail, by all means, your questions, both myself and staff would be happy to address. So there was a request for revisions to the plant list. There's a plant list attached as the plan in Appendix D. In discussion with city staff and ourselves, that those recommendations and those requests have been accommodated and made part of the plan. So in the public meeting, there were both requests for more restriction in terms of the policies of the plan, but also requests for less restriction in terms of the policies for the plan. And I want to speak to a couple of things specifically, one of which discussed briefly earlier, but the question of what's required on facades, principal facade, and policies for new construction as well as existing heritage buildings. So I'd ask you to go to page, it's 63 of the plan, but I believe it's page 79 of your agenda package. So at page 79 of your agenda, I believe, page 63 of the report. And what this is the definition section of the Heritage Conservation District Plan. And principal facade is about partway through that page. And principal facade is defined as means the building elevation or elevations that are visible from the public street or right-of-way. So of course what that means is that the policies that apply to principal facades, on some buildings it would just be the front elevation that faces the street, but for many buildings it will be both one or more of the side elevations and could possibly be the rear elevation depending on the orientation of that particular building and the location of the streets. I'd ask you then to go to the policies on new construction, which are 4.5.2, which are at page 33 of the plan, and I believe it's page 49 of your agenda package. And maybe at this point it's important to mention that the document has policies and it has guidelines, and the policies are the things that you must do, shall do. The guidelines are those that you should do or are encouraged to do. So the policies for new residential construction start at the bottom of page 33, but I want to draw your attention to number F, which is on the following page, page 34. And there it speaks to the materials. So this is for new construction. The majority of residential properties in the district are constructed with traditional materials such as stone or wood. These materials are required for the principal facades of new buildings. Other natural cladding materials such as brick or traditional stucco may be considered on other facades. Board and batten is appropriate for outbuildings. So what that says is you must use traditional materials. And then furthermore, on the following page, page 35, is a set of guidelines. And it is important to point out there's a typo here, and our apologies particularly to Ms. Sipnowicz in terms of her point on confusion between guidelines. This might be one of the reasons why. But on J, materials. Synthetic materials such as vinyl or aluminum siding, concrete fiberboard, synthetic wood products, exterior insulation and finish systems are not recommended on non-principal facades. That's the typo. And the final version will be corrected to say non-principal facades. So for new heritage buildings, what that means is you have to, on principal facades, use traditional materials. Non-principal facades, they're not recommended, but you may. The policies for heritage buildings are more restrictive than that. They're similar in that traditional materials must be used on principal facades, but if alternate materials are to be used on the non-principal facade, i.e. the rear, it's only going to be considered through the heritage permit process. So you have to make the case that other materials could be used on those other facades. And briefly, ancillary buildings, there's policies and guidelines related to ancillary buildings. One of the changes is to specify that boathouses are ancillary buildings, and those same policies would apply. The height limit, also I just wanted to address. So the character of the district is that there are a range of low density forms of buildings. Heights for both heritage and non-heritage buildings range from 1 to 2.5 stories in height. The policies of this plan regulate that, as mentioned earlier, height is limited to 2 stories. Even though there are buildings that are 2.5, height is limited to 2 stories. We've also added in this version another policy which is described here, indicating that the maximum height of a building also has to consider what's adjacent to it and be the average, so that in cases where you might have 2 one-story buildings or 1.5 at the lower end of the height limit, if there's a new infill building, it would have to be the average of those 2. Just the other point I think I want to mention on this is this particular Heritage Conservation District plan is more restrictive, more prescriptive than the previous 2 district plans. The height policies that were in the 1992 plan are less prescriptive. What they say is that the district is typified by low-profile development with a predominance for 1 and 1.5 story buildings. It is important that this low-profile form of development is encouraged. And then it says, in particular, building height of new structures must maintain the building height of adjacent properties and the immediate streetscape. So it incorporates that second bullet point, but it doesn't specify a maximum height limit. It's got an encouraged, should be lower. Now, maybe the committee may have implemented it or the city may have implemented it in different ways than what's exactly specified in the wording. But in my opinion, if somebody came forward and wanted a taller building, you'd have difficulty limiting through that policy to 1.5 stories. Monster homes, and I think maybe that's where some of the concerns arise in terms of that the policy is not being restrictive enough, is the concern of what might be developed, particularly on the former Horton School site. And be happy to direct you to details in the plan if you wanted to understand more about this, but what the plan says is new lot creation, new lots that are developed must be compatible both in terms of size, scale, type, as to what exists within the existing district.
To let you know, you're at 10 minutes right now.
Okay, I'll go quickly over the next few then, thank you. Concept of pedestrian streets, construction of private streets. Just one point, the street fabric within Berryfield is different than the city's standard street widths and guidelines. There was a technical advisory committee that included members of the Municipal Accessibility Committee, and so the policies that have been created as a result of that input. I think the key point is that any new development would have to comply with the character and the character of the existing street network, which is a much narrower road profile. Comment was made at the district or at the public meeting for specific policies on school site versus the open lands. They've got their own section. There were a number of comments related to views, to remove some views, add some views, concern that the views of St. Mark's on Drummond Street, and that the views must include both the bell tower and the roof. In short, we have not changed the views. They are what they were in the last version of the Heritage Conservation District Plan. And then lastly, the request for enhanced recognition of the heritage value of the open lands, i.e. the lands that are currently owned by the Department of Natural Defense, as well as the Horton School lands. So I just want to spend 1 minute, but I think maybe my comments might help in terms of maybe ultimately shortening some of the discussion on questions. So what is in place in this plan is that there is recognition that the open space that is currently at the edge of the district, I'm going to lose the mouse, and the function that those open space lands, and particularly on the DND lands, is that it does act as an edge to the district, and that's important. And so there are very, very detailed, prescriptive policies that are outlined on this figure here that say that no development shall be within that 30-meter buffer along the edge of Kingston Road 15, formerly Highway 15. And the purpose of that is to provide that edge to the district, but also remove, should those lands be developed, remove what would often typically be, if lots were rear lotted onto that road, a requirement for noise walls, berms, those types of things. So it's very prescriptive. The only thing that could be within that area, and policies are in this, are in the document. Trails, open space, any type of infrastructure that's related to park-like development, no buildings. It also requires that these view corridors be maintained. And so just one point on that, and I'll say it briefly, and we can go into further detail if you have any questions. The 1980 plan was based on the study that was undertaken in 1978 by Carl Bray, and it's a good district study, particularly for the time. And it set out for each block or area within the Heritage District a plan for how that should develop over time. And what it states for these DND lands, oh, I've lost my ability to move the mouse, there we go. For these lands here, it was identified as future residential lands. And there was a specific motion passed by Pittsburgh Council at that time that those lands could be considered for residential development consistent with the Ontario Heritage Act. In the 1992 plan, there was some specificity. Again, the area was in terms of, particularly in terms of the landscape components, divided into a number of landscape units. Landscape Unit 4 included all of the DND lands and included what is now the Rock Garden. Identified that the open space surrounding this district should be conserved in order to protect significant views. That was the whole purpose in terms of Landscape 4, the direction in this plan. What it also considered was that it may be possible to allow low-profile development south of the church. Whoops, sorry. South of St. Mark's. So the open space lands through here. The reason I bring that to your attention is that the plan that's before you for consideration is not a departure from the way that these lands were considered in the past. In fact, it's more restrictive in terms of the specificity of its policies, particularly the requirement for a 30-meter buffer, as well as the views. And again, I won't go on much further, but if you have any questions, we can certainly talk to that in more detail if you like. Whoops. Oh, I've done something wrong. I can't advance the slide. Did it? There we go. Do you want to speak to the last slide, Ryan, or?
Just briefly, Mr. Chair, I'll do it from here. Just the next steps in this process, following consultation today, the draft plan is to be presented to Council for approval of the enacting bylaw, which is on page 82 of your agenda package. Once approved, the notice of passing, which is also included in your agenda package on page 84, will be provided in accordance with the Heritage Act to all the property owners within the district, as well as the Ontario Heritage Trust, and it'll be published in the newspaper. Once it's been published in the newspaper, anyone can appeal within 30 days of that publication to the Ontario Municipal Board, and then once the appeal period has passed, the district plan comes into effect. So that is our hope and our plan for the rest of this project, and we are welcome to answer questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the briefing. Questions from members of the committee? Jamie.
It's more, I'm not sure if you're the right person to ask, but it's more of a point of clarification. I've heard reference and read reference to both the legal requirements as dictated by the province and also issues of best practice. And it seems to me that there's seepage, or they're being used interchangeably, and I'm not sure, like, is this plan focused on meeting the legal requirements, or is it an issue of best practice, or both, or can you clarify that? Because
I'll start, and staff may have additional comments. The Heritage Conservation District Plan has to meet the specifications of the Ontario Heritage Act, and this plan does that in terms of the requirements. And staff could certainly speak to the process requirements as well. There are a number of components that are in this plan and in every plan that are beyond or components that are not described specifically in the Ontario Heritage Act. The Ontario Heritage Toolkit provides guidance for some of that, and then some of the rest, yes, is best practices. What I would submit is this meets the Ontario Heritage Act, is consistent with the guidelines, and in those small number of other components that are maybe beyond any of those two documents, it would be consistent with best practices.
Ryan?
I would only add, Mr. Chair, that staff's report, page 3, specifically outlines the legislative requirements and how we've addressed those, which we feel we have. And also, I believe it's section 1 of the actual plan outlines a number of best practice tools and policies that have been incorporated into this plan, have been referenced. So to answer the committee member's question, both are included in this plan.
Good question. Do you have another one?
Sorry, now this is a follow-up one. So in terms of these district plans, like I'm new to Heritage Committee, so I'm still, gaining speed here. As long as the legal requirements are met, it is the obligation of the municipality in that community to generate these district plans. And then as long as those legal requirements are met, they can create the plans and dictates and parameters as suitable to their individual communities, right?
Yes, that's correct. And I think maybe to put an example on it, and this might not be the example you're thinking of, but there's a requirement to have a set of policies, guidelines to guide development within a heritage conservation district. And the component of that's guided in part by community consultation, input you get from the community, is how restrictive or how permissive those particular policies and guidelines are. So that's a lot of what we've heard through the community consultation, and a number of people wanting more restrictive guidelines. And this plan is, in sort of the broad spectrum of heritage conservation district plans in Ontario, restrictive, very restrictive in some areas. And there are other plans in other communities, some of which we've worked on or others, that are less restrictive, and that's because it's appropriate for that area. But that's the type of change that is not specified in the Act, but then is developed through the plan process.
Patricia?
Why the emphasis on the principal facade? Because when I think of heritage, tangible heritage, which includes built heritage, as well as all the other objects, such as what Paul talked about, I'm thinking of the whole piece, the whole, in this case, the whole building. So why would the restrictions that you have set for the principal facade not apply to the whole building? To me, I think about what is the spirit here, and the heritage does not just exist in what you see, but in the spirit, in the whole of that entity, of that structure.
Okay, I'll take the first cut of that in terms of the plan.
I believe it has to do also with planning principles. If someone from planning staff could help. This is indicative. This question is indicative of some questions we're also hearing from the community. They don't understand this focus on principal facade.
Yeah.
So we need to find a way of making it more clear for people.
I can answer the first part in terms of the principle of why the plan is organized this way. Then maybe we get into the details, if necessary, of the wording, and staff may have some other components. So the Heritage Act sets out both Part 4 and Part 5 designations. A heritage district is designated under Part 5. And the intent of a Heritage Conservation District is to conserve and manage the character of an area, a neighborhood. Typically, in our case, it's a neighborhood. The expectation is that that character and the management of that character is applied to the public portions, notwithstanding buildings are in their entirety, but to the public portions. And in part, that's related to a distinction between public and private. So, heritage districts do not regulate changes within the interior of a building. There's no heritage district in Ontario that regulates the interior. The typical Heritage Conservation District plan also makes a distinction between public and private space. So the private space being the rear yard, the backyard, whatever you call it, the non-principal facades. That's how it's defined in this plan. And the other element relates to one of the points that came up earlier, is that often, and it's consistent with the development of buildings over time, is that often there's a different treatment on the front of a building as opposed to the rear. And that's evident downtown in many cases. So when there are significant structures that have significant heritage attributes that are on the non-principal facade, other facades, even the interior, that's appropriate for a Part 4 designation. So typically, if there's some building that is so significant, that would be the appropriate tool, a Part 4 designation, as opposed to the Heritage Conservation District. Having said that, this plan does still provide guidance on rear facades, particularly for heritage buildings, but it's less restrictive and does allow for a different facade treatment on that non-primary facade for the reasons stated. Anything you guys would like to add?
I would only add that the plan is, we appreciate that some members of this community want to conserve all four sides of their building, and we wholeheartedly support and encourage that. But we have to look at the public benefit of requiring that. The Heritage Act is a pretty strong tool that can impose a whole series, and will impose a whole series of limitations on what you can do to your private property. So part of the purpose of the process to get to this point in this plan is to properly understand what it is that's of value to this district, what makes this district, this village, special and worth conserving, and how is that experienced by the public, because it's a public benefit. We're doing this through the elected officials, through government, because it's to protect this public asset for future generations and for the people who use it. So we have to look at how is the public going to experience this district when they stroll down the street on land that they are allowed to be on. So if an owner wishes to do stone or traditional material on all four sides, that's great. But the plan does not necessarily need to require that, because in some of these cases, the rear of the building you'll never see, and you can't see. Yes, in some cases you can, as it was mentioned, it is an open district in some places, but to actually put that into a plan that says you must do that when no one is going to experience that other than the people who live there is not in the best interest of the public as a whole, in our opinion. And that's why we've separated principal facade, which I think is a pretty broad definition. If you can see it, it's a principal facade. If you can stand on the sidewalk or any public part of this district and see that wall, then that's a principal facade. So it is, as Dan mentioned, it is a pretty restrictive covenant on these and policy on these owners. And the balance that we're looking at is that restrictive covenant going to conserve the value of the district as a whole? If it's not, then it shouldn't be that restrictive, it should be optional. But if changing that facade is going to impact how people experience that district and the character of that district, then absolutely that should be a restrictive policy. So I think I answered the member's question.
That's excellent. That's excellent. Another way of looking at it would be the reverse angle. In other words, what would happen if we did put in that restriction so that any cladding on any building, it must be all four sides. If we did that, there's always unintended consequences when you put in restrictions. So that would mean that people would be forced to do work on sides that they know full well no one's ever going to see. And that doesn't provide any public benefit. It provides benefit to the person that lives there. And if they choose to do that for consistency of their own building, then great. And of course, any heritage advocate would encourage that behavior. But if you force people to do it, the ones that are asking to change an unseen part will not understand why they're being restricted. And that has many consequences. That creates a backlash. And people then they start flaunting all of the heritage rules, even the ones that are illegal. And that's not where we want to go with this plan either. So that's why these definitions are very important. Anyway, go ahead.
Yep.
I just have one other question, and just for clarification, I didn't mean the interiors of the buildings at all. But yeah, thank you for those explanations. My other question is, and although I read through all the material, but when you explain it helps, is there an area there where there can be a block of residential buildings allowed? My thinking is, like, I live in Redendale, and we're starting to get those monster houses. And even though they're only 2 stories, they're monster houses. I like the idea having, if you're going to build in a space, between buildings to take the average height. But what about spaces where there isn't something on either side, like where there can be a block of houses built?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. So one of the things I wanted to point out for the benefit of the committee is to look at, I guess it's page 32 of your package, page 16 of the district plan. So within this section, it lists the cultural heritage attributes of the district, which are the fundamental components making up district plan. And these are the components that we are seeking to conserve through the policies and guidelines of the plan itself. So you'll see within this list references to, on page 33 of your package, 17 of the plan, this notion of a rural village character, which is something that we're seeking to conserve with the implementation of this plan. And there are a number of policies that help to reinforce and allow us to achieve these overarching principles. So it speaks to small lots with landscape features around homes creating defined yards, a built form of primarily single detached and semi-detached residential dwellings, having a traditional range in height from 1 to 2 stories, consistent building scale and mass. So these are the fundamental components that we're seeking to uphold with the implementation of this plan. And there are policies, as I say, that allow us to come back to these overarching principles. So the fear or the concern over someone being able to bring forward an application for a monster home, so to ultimately fill out the permissible envelope of a property, that would be, in our view, to a large extent contrary to these overarching objectives of the plan. Now, to something that the chair mentioned earlier as well, is this plan doesn't work in isolation. So to support the implementation of this plan, we have the official plan of the City of Kingston. So I know the Berryfield Village Association would like us to strengthen the policies in the official plan to reinforce what's coming out of this district plan, and that's something that we will be doing once this plan is approved by council and we get through the appeal period. We will look to initiate a specific official plan amendment to strengthen recognition of this plan in that overarching document. But the other fundamental thing that will allow us to help protect against monster homes is the zoning bylaw. So another project that we're doing right now is we're creating a new bylaw for the City of Kingston. We currently have 5 different zoning bylaws. We're consolidating them and updating the standards to be appropriate for the entire city. And one thing that we, I think, should be doing is looking at Berryfield and looking at the standards that would apply to construction in Berryfield from a built form perspective. So the setbacks that would apply to property lines, and perhaps even looking at regulating building height to allow us to achieve the policies of this plan. So there are a lot of tools that we have available to us to make sure that we realize the vision of this plan. So hopefully that helps.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Schell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for clarifying that business of policy and guidelines. That was really helpful. And I noticed in the introduction, as I was reading, why are we doing this? The introduction quite clearly says it has to do with partly the addition of approximately 25 new dwellings that are currently there. And many of those dwellings are brick or stucco. And I noticed that this plan is now going to restrict principal facades. I'm saying this is a major change. Is that right? Principal facades can only be now of wood or stone. No longer could somebody put up brick or stucco as principal facade.
Dan?
Through you, Chair Stroud. The majority of the buildings, the heritage buildings in the district, are either stone or wood. There are a few that are brick and a few that are stucco. Yeah, very minimal number. And we've got the inventory, and we could go through that if you wanted further detail. The policy direction of the plan is that if your building is stone and you go to make changes to that principal facade and it's a heritage building, you must comply with that policy, which is replaced with stone, your addition, your alteration, etc. If it's brick, then the direction would be is that your addition could be brick, your repairs, alterations could be brick. The intent is not to require people that have a heritage building that was built with brick at some point in time. They've been identified as the heritage as opposed to non-heritage. If they go to make an alteration, big or small, put on an addition, that they must convert that facade to stone.
Actually, I was mentioning it was to do with the new construction.
Okay.
That has brick and stucco, but what the plan is now saying is that any further new construction must be, under this new plan, brick must be wood or stone. And I don't think there have been any new stone buildings up there, so I think it's going to wind up wood. Under this new plan, all new construction will be wood. And interesting, when you talked about the character of the lots, in the list of cultural heritage attributes, small lots with landscape features around homes, creating defined yards. My question has to do with infill that is currently going on in Berryfield. 12 Drummond Street is an infill project that is extremely close. Somebody sold off part of their yard and they've built a house with, gosh, it looks like maybe a couple of meters at the most between it and the other house. And there's another lot for sale on Main Street. I think, no? I get the streets mixed up, but there's certainly a lot for sale right now. Somebody has severed a portion of their property. So it is in the actual village, we're getting some really tight houses. Will this new plan continue that so that a developer could have sort of a 30-foot lot, 60-foot wide, I'm thinking in widths, lot, or the new plan also says that most houses should be built width to the street. So how does that reconcile in the new plan with what has been going on? You've got some tiny lots in the village now, and that's part of the character of the village, but new construction going forward will they have to be fairly wide lots, or can that continue? Small, wide, small, wide?
Through you, Chair. So I'll speak to, I think, what was the last part of your question. Staff are familiar with the applications that you spoke of. I am not as familiar. So the intent of the plan, specified in the attributes, and then also specified in the policies on new construction, are that lot size, orientation, and indeed any new streets must be similar to the existing fabric. And what the plan is endeavoring to do is two things. Prevent great big lots that would allow for monster homes, those that are out of scale and character on the large end of the spectrum with the existing, but also to do manage the other side of it too, which is to prevent very narrow and small lots, and again, type of development that is out of character. So as Greg described, the attributes and then the policies that implement those are specific to require that the lot areas, sizes, orientation be similar as to what is there. As to the specific applications, or Greg may have further comment.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I won't speak to the ongoing applications. I'll defer to Ryan if he wishes to speak to those files. But I will say that the plan itself, again, I'll refer you to page 52, 53 of your agenda package, page 36 and 37 of the plan itself. It provides direction. It establishes explicit policies for design consideration for vacant lands. So these are the policies that we would use upon review or receipt of an application for development within an undeveloped piece of property. So if you look at subsection E, it says, any new development on existing vacant land shall respect the existing built form and cultural heritage value of the district as per the policies of section 4 or 5, which speak to new construction. Any new building or structure shall be in keeping with the pattern of built form within the district. Any vacant lands are subdivided. If any vacant lands are subdivided, lot widths and areas must reflect those found within the existing district lot fabric. And one thing I will say is that Berryfield does have quite a variable lot fabric. There are, as you mentioned, smaller lots and medium-sized lots, but there aren't a lot of substantially large vacant properties. So upon receipt of, say, a consent application to sever a new lot from an existing, we would be looking to these policies to say, is the lot that you're proposing in keeping with the pattern of lots within the district itself? Again, back to my earlier comment about one of the other implementing mechanisms that we have is the zoning bylaw. And so the lot fabric that is permitted by the zoning bylaw is consistent with the lot fabric experienced in the district. So the minimum standards for lot size that we've established in the zoning bylaw would allow us to recreate what is existent in the district today. So there are a number of, as I say, tools that we have available to us to ensure the massing and built form of the district is sympathetic to what exists today.
That's very encouraging. Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Don?
I think the plan is very well provided with guidelines and policies, but in my opinion, it's a little bit lacking in terms of procedures for managing change, because there is going to be requests for change, and to protect the district, there has to be clear procedures that need to be followed. And I'm sure you're aware, across the province, there are many HCDs with quite different procedures for managing change. There are some that have a district committee, a neighborhood committee that reviews applications. In other cases, they come to this committee. In some cases, they go to both. There are even people who think they should go to nowhere. They should not be considered by any community organization. But I think it's important that people understand how this plan is going to work. So I'm somewhat concerned that the plan is pretty silent on procedures for managing change.
Does anyone wish to comment on that? So I guess you didn't ask a direct question, so you're not getting an answer. Any other questions? Remember that we will be, this is still question period, right? We're questions to the briefing, right? So we haven't come to the business item yet. Okay, so seeing none, I guess that's it for the briefing. Thank you very much. Staff will remain for when we get to the business item. You'll be able to ask other questions should the need arise. And that is the next item on the agenda is business. The ABC, Cultural Heritage Policy Development and Heritage Assets, those don't have any items this month. D, Statutory Business, as usual, has multiple items. And the first one was deferred from the last meeting. It's what we've been discussing now with this briefing. It's the new Village of Berryfield Heritage Conservation District Plan recommendation for approval. And so we will, you'll notice there's a recommendation, and this is our opportunity to, as a committee, to interact with staff and make our recommendations known to staff. There is a recommendation in the package we will be voting on, but before we get there, we need to mover and a seconder of the recommendation before we can debate. Okay. So this item will be introduced by staff, and there will be an opportunity for members of the public to ask questions of staff at that point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to go into any great detail. You've heard an overview of the plan that's before you, and the report that's in your agenda package outlines the process that we've gone through to this point, and the number of concerns, the key concerns that we have heard from the public, and how we have considered and addressed those are all in pages 1 through 10 of your agenda package. We are at the point now under the Heritage Act that we are formally consulting with the city's Municipal Heritage Committee. So we have a recommended motion before you that asks for your endorsement of this plan, and we are here for questions if you want me to elaborate on anything.
So members of the committee do have another opportunity for questions. The last briefing was on the exact same topic, so if there's anything else to do with the specific recommendation, questions on that nature, but we will also all have the opportunity to debate. Members of the public only have one opportunity to interact, and that's right now. So once members of the committee are satisfied, we'll move to members of the public. So seeing no further, yes, Sherman. Questions only still. We're not debating yet.
Questions only.
Yeah,
Okay.
questions only.
Well,
Once it's moved and seconded, then we can...
I don't actually have a question.
Oh, okay.
Only a comment, thanks.
You'll have an opportunity. Yes, Councillor Schell.
I'm going to go back to the vacant land just to be really clear. Staff could require any developer who wants to work on the Horton School property to create a variety of sizes of lots. A developer could not automatically get some kind of homogeneous suburban type lot structure where they're all 50 feet wide. Is that correct?
Staff?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct to an extent. So we can require the proponent to seek to establish a variety of lots and hang our hat on the policy and the explicit nature of the policy that the language does say must provide a variety. So we can give direction to that, and and seek to have that variability.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further questions from committee members, members of the public have an opportunity to ask questions or make statements. Each one will have one opportunity to speak. So if you do so, come forward to, I guess, this microphone over on that side or this one on this side. Here. All speakers must state your name and address.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Doug Morrow, 419 Regent Street in Berryfield. I have a couple of questions and possibly a follow-up question. The first relates to Mr. Curry's response to questions about principal facade and why the protection is only on principal facade versus the whole building. And in his response, he drew a distinction between Part 4 designations under the Heritage Act and Part 5 designations under the Heritage Act. And I understood him to say that Part 5 under the Heritage Act protects public realms, not private realms, and that therefore was not appropriate to protect private realms in a Heritage Conservation District plan, which is under Part 5. Mr. Curry, I'm just wondering if you could help the committee by pointing out where in the Heritage Act it draws that distinction.
You need to ask all your questions. You only get one opportunity to speak, so you can't actually give follow-up. You've got one opportunity to speak, up to 5 minutes, and then if you have multiple questions, they take note of them and answer them all.
Okay, so that's question one, the reference in the Heritage Act. The second question relates to the cultural heritage attributes of Berryfield. Mr. Newman pointed out correctly that it's really, that is the heart of the plan. What are the cultural heritage attributes? And they have to be specifically defined in the plan. And it's that guides all decisions that are made with respect to requests for alterations or construction. So that's really the important part. I mean, we've been talking about the trees in terms of protecting principal facades versus whole buildings and widths of streets and that sort of thing. But the forest is the cultural heritage attributes of the district. And those cultural heritage attributes in this particular plan leave out some really fundamentally important elements. And those are the elements that were clearly in the 2 previous plans, and they relate to the grassy open spaces around the village. And for reasons that we've never been given satisfactorily, any and all reference to those grassy open spaces in the plan as a cultural heritage aspect of the district have been removed in this plan with no rationale. So we engaged our consultant, Andre Scheinman, who is a respected heritage consultant, to give us his opinion as to whether these grassy open spaces are, in fact, a cultural heritage aspect of the district, cultural heritage attribute. And he came back with his report, and I would just note that for some reason, his report is not in the agenda package, nor is the important correspondence that Berryfield sent that intended to be before this committee when this committee was making a decision today, that is not in the agenda package. We have a staff report, but we don't have some other very important documents in this package, and I'm a bit concerned about that. But one of the things is Mr. Scheinman's report. So my question to Mr. Curry and staff is, what specifically is the rationale for not accepting Mr. Scheinman's conclusions in his report? And I would like something more than, well, in our professional opinion, this is what we think. That's not good enough. We need something that has sound basis in law and proper planning principles. Some reason for not including something in this plan that was in the two previous plans, and that is reference as a cultural heritage attribute of the grassy open spaces along the D&D lands and the Horton property. So I'd like to hear a specific rationale for why Mr. Scheinman's opinions have been rejected out of hand.
Do you have any other questions? You've got two major questions there.
That's the essence of it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And I guess we take all. So all members of the public will come. This is that portion where they all have an opportunity to speak, like Mr. Morrow has, and staff answers all of the questions at the end of that public segment. So I guess go to the next speaker. Thank you, Mr. Morrow. Remember to state name and address.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to write this out for the clerk so as to save time there. So Frank Dixon, 495 Alfred, Apartment 2, K7K 4J4. Thank you to the presenters today, the consultants and staff who outlined the highlights of the report, and to the very excellent delegation as well. I've got two questions. Number one, has the material presented through the delegation by the president of the Barrowfield Association, as presented, been adequately addressed in this draft? Second question, the proposed plans for development of the former J.E. Horton School property, which were presented at a community meeting in Barrowfield over a year ago, included heights greater than 2.5 stories. Is it correct then to state that this HCD plan, as it stands now, if passed by council, would be sufficient to require a maximum height of 2.5 stories for any new development in Barrowfield? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Next member of the public can come forward. You can ask questions. You can also make public statements. It doesn't have to be in the form of the question for this segment, because each member of the public only gets one chance to speak. Go ahead.
My name is Sharon DeLine. I live at 14 Durham Street, Midtown Kingston. I am obviously not a resident of Barrowfield, but I have been there several times. My concern is with the subject of facade, and just as this lady pointed out, I agree with her entirely. As a guest in Barrowfield, when I go into someone's backyard, I'm looking at all sides of the building. I'm going to suggest to you that you do need a rigid definition for the fact that all sides of the building are viewed. And I'm sure, although I wasn't to the celebration earlier this year, I'm sure that the 2,000 guests who were a part of our own Upper Canada Village, because that's exactly what it is historically, would have seen all sides of the houses. I do not understand what or who you consider to be public, because I am part of the public. It's in my interest to look at something that is not a stage set, and I'm going to suggest to you that in a sense, this has to be staff-proofed. If it is that the Heritage Committee is removed from vetting heritage concerns, then this has to be rigid enough to hold in the face of amendments or policies that have the durability of a gel pad on a hot summer day. Thank you.
Any other members of the public wish to speak? Please come forward, I guess, here or on this side, either one. You could go beside Ryan there.
I just wanted to address the point about staff doing its best, as indeed I'm sure staff would do its best to ensure that any new development, particularly in the vacant lands, conforms to the kind of character that already exists in the village in terms of the massing of houses, the size of lots, the space between houses, and so forth. But given that, why not have a plan that is rigorous and precise and stringent enough to enable staff to do that, particularly if the committee's role is diminished, which I sincerely hope it is not, but if that is on the horizon, it's especially important that we have a detailed, precise, rigorous plan that assists staff. After all, we know that staff could come under significant pressure from any developer or even an individual homeowner who would like to stretch the plan as much as possible to achieve their goals, which might be heritage unfriendly. So I appreciate Councillor Schell's query about staff's role, and I think we should have confidence in staff that they will do their utmost to protect the heritage of the village, but I think we should also enable them to do so with a plan that is robust and that allows them to point to that plan, slam it on the table when facing potentially pretty challenging customers who want to build things that are going to stretch the plan to their limit. So that's a reason not to just trust staff. I'm not saying they're not to be trusted, but not just to give staff the opportunity to make these decisions all on their own, but actually to give them support in making those decisions with a plan that's substantive. Thanks.
Thank you. And I see there's another speaker behind you. Christine Sebnowicz, Berryfield resident. Remember to say your name and address before you start.
Oh, thank you. Karen Pagratis, Howe Island Ferry Road. I'd like to add also to what Mrs. Sebnowicz was saying regarding protection of the staff, making the staff's life easier. And I think the best way to do that is to ensure that we have buffers between the staff and what they have to propose and what they have to decide on. And one of the great issues of that is having a heritage committee that is rigorous and that is entitled and allowed to make the decisions that it always has in Kingston. We are ahead of the line in terms of heritage protection in this city. And if we suddenly say historic districts don't need to be looked at, I was here for the last meeting and I heard the lawyer that was hired by staff, and I heard his opinion and his interpretation. Of course, a number of lawyers could give other opinions and interpretations on the Ontario Heritage Act. But we do need to have a robust heritage committee to investigate things, and also that also helps staff come to decisions without outside pressures. They are then enabled to pass things on to supposed experts, or at least members of the public who have some background in this, and then the collective glory or blame can be shared all the way around. It's not just staff being pressured by this developer or that developer. So I really urge that we go back to a basis of having district plans, particularly heritage district plans. Any changes going on there should be going through the Heritage Committee. I really believe that very firmly. Thank you.
And thank you. I see another member here. Go ahead.
Don Mitchell, I'm 43 Gibson Avenue. What concerns me most about this is there's two things before the committee today that are less than half a block away from where I work in the Heritage District. There is a legal opinion that the city is following that says that these decisions in future would go to staff who are certainly far more qualified than a lot of us to understand this, but it's a single team of people, staff, possibly a single individual, if there's not a department that's then sending this on to council, who I think many councillors may not have the expertise to understand this. And my experience of planning and heritage is that there's always these impacts that happen after the fact for individual people. And the way we're setting this up doesn't give a lot of opportunity for those individual people. A lot of people can't read these technical reports, can't get through a staff report, can't get through the Bray Heritage Report. They have a right to come somewhere, to a place, or to know that a collection of people that are like them are actually going to sit down and look at this and give their varying opinions, which may not be expert, they may be opinions. But if you take one of the things that's going to be before you today in Sydenham Heritage District, and they put a deck in that place, and then a big old tree all of a sudden disappears, or other changes occur, all of a sudden that has a huge impact on your property. And having filmed in many heritage districts when I was an actor, it's silly to think that walking down a sidewalk on the adjacent street and looking between houses as an actor doesn't have an impact on you. I mean, in film, they have ways of getting around that, but the atmosphere that you talk about in the attributes that are described in these heritage districts, they get so out to the edge. What protects that, and what I believe protects that, is the general public's opinion on these things. And I understand the legal opinion, but ultimately the law is set by what people want to have happen. And I would argue that people have a right to this information in multiple formats in ways that they can understand. And the committee process is a huge part of that. So my concern in this is not that I don't doubt that staff can't make a very intelligent decision, but people, real people, everyday people, are going to miss some of this. Like I missed, there's 2 proposals before you today that are half a block away. And so that, what I want to signal is that, and one final piece, which is the opposite, which is that I love going into the places in cities like Toronto and walking through a very modern glass structure to encounter a heritage building. I love the contrast in certain places when you have very modern against heritage. It works great. I also want to see that there's the freedom to keep these districts alive by allowing a development that is done by a whole community of people through expert staff that would be appropriate, and I think there are times when that should occur. So the big thing I want to signal is I think it can go either way, but I believe that the public's participation in this process, knowing it's around, being able to comment, to learn, and to listen to you speak this morning, is a process of all of us learning. And if you cut that out, there starts to be confusion. But somewhere there's got to be a happy medium of streamlining the process, but also allowing people to meaningfully participate. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know which one was first because there's someone over here too. I guess that this lady had her hand up first, and you can go next after her. Just turn on the mic there.
I'm out of practice. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Shirley Bailey. I've appeared before this committee many times before. I live at 312 McMahon Avenue, and I'm currently president of the Frontenac Heritage Foundation. I was at the last meeting and was somewhat surprised to hear the legal interpretation that's been given about Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Since that meeting, I've spent a lot of time, and it's a lot of fun, I'll tell you, spending a long weekend checking on various city websites to see what the information they have posted about their district plans. But here's just a synopsis, and I'm not done yet, and you'll probably hear from me at the next meeting. But so far, you know, there are 18 municipalities in Ontario that are bigger than Kingston, so that's where I started. And what this committee was told last time is that Ottawa and Toronto basically don't review their Part 5 properties. I don't think that's true. As a matter of fact, I was in touch with Ottawa yesterday, and typically, and they quote this in a report that they've sent to council, that they have about 200 properties that staff decide on an annual basis, which is all good, but they have 25 on an annual basis that go to the Heritage Committee. And that, to me, is the value of this committee. Those major applications that are complex, that are difficult for staff to appreciate all the little, variations on them. I have found, just to finish the thought about the 18 municipalities, there are 4 that don't have any districts at all. So what does that tell you? That tells you that Kingston, with 3 districts for our size, is pretty special. And many of you will know that I worked long and hard on the old Sydenham plan, so it means a lot to me that that one is executed. And Berryfield is also really critical in this municipality. So when you start looking at the district plans that were approved since 2005, they almost all say their Heritage Committee is involved in some way or another. I haven't found one that isn't yet. I might, and if so, I will let you know next month. But you also have to look at the delegation bylaws, because those are not all posted on the city's website, but they're quite clear. Sometimes it's all delegated to staff, and then staff turn around and they consult the Heritage Committee. The Heritage Committee in municipalities is absolutely fundamental to protecting heritage in our communities. It's absolutely fundamental. And I understand what the city wants to do in terms of a blended responsibility in terms of museums and culture, and that's important too. But our heritage in Kingston is so important. We can't, leave it to staff, and I'm not belittling staff for one moment. But yes, I've often heard the complaint that the Heritage Committee gets into the details of things, and they do. But, that's where it's really important in terms of heritage, is the devil is in the details. So, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to pass that on, that it is my position. I think it's the wrong way to go, and I think that it needs to be, given a second consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. And then we'll go over here. Remember, the mic is still on, so you're good to go. Just state name and address.
Hi, my name is Kathleen O'Hara. I live at 91 King Street East. I was born and raised here, but I've been away quite a lot, and I've lived in cities that are growing, like Toronto and London, which I think is being ruined. But this time I've come back, and I get a real sense that there's a battle for the future of this city. I mean, there's the Third Crossing, Wellington Street extension, the airport extension, taller, higher buildings. And it seems like there's one group that want a bigger, faster, higher city, and there's another group that really appreciates the dynamism that has been created in a fairly historic, preserved city. But at the same time, when there are all these pressures, I've seen this time around, as I said, just coming back a year ago, that citizen participation is being weakened in terms of the Heritage Committee. The official plan seems to be watered down. I guess there's a 4th draft coming up. That's being watered down. This present plan about Berryfield, obviously, from what I've learned, from 1992 has been watered down. What have we lost since 1992 in terms of our sense and of heritage and development? So I just wanted to say that I think now more than ever we need strong plans. We need a strong Heritage Committee and citizen oversight, because there really is a battle going on. It's almost frightening to see how divided the city is. And I just think that rules have to be clear, they can't be ignored, they have to be respected, and citizens' opinions have to be respected and listened to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yep, come to the mic, press the button, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Barb Carr. I live at 262 Main Street in Berryfield. I just have 2 questions or comments. The first one is in regards to the discussion about principal facades. I think that the terminology is misleading. The report seems to indicate that what they really mean is a public facade. A principal facade to the normal reader would mean the front of a building. If indeed the plan is trying to protect all public views, I would suggest they change the wording from principal facade to a public facade. I would also suggest that in Berryfield, certainly the rear of several of the buildings is actually a public facade when seen from the street next, looking between buildings. And my second point is a question, really. Is there anything in the plan that would absolutely prohibit a subdivision of all two-story homes on identical-sized lots? I believe a previous response was that a developer would be encouraged or it would be suggested that the lots not all be the same size. But I want to know if there's anything that would actually stop a subdivision going in on, say, the J.E. Horton property or the D&D lands that would be a subdivision of identical lots with two-story buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to speak? Seeing none, we'll now go to staff response to the public submissions. I don't know who wants to go first. Mr. Newman?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to say thank you to those that provided comment. I'll do my best to start us off, but I'll look to Ryan and Dan for some support here. So first comment from Mr. Morrow, speaking to principal facade, the difference between Part 4 and Part 5. I'll defer to Dan to speak to that one.
So I can provide, I think, maybe more clarification. So my comments were on the question of facades and the intent of a Part 5 versus a Part 4 designation. Part 5, which is the legislation that allows municipalities to create a heritage district. So the intent of each of those is that a Part 4 designation applies to something that it can apply to more than one building, but it's a designation applied to one or a collection of buildings. Part 5 is to enable a district to maintain the character of an area. So in both, the legislation is not specific in terms of what you can and can't designate, or the policies that you can create. And so to get to Mr. Morrow's question specifically, a Part 4 designation doesn't say you have to designate all four sides or that you must only designate one. Part 5 doesn't say that you can't designate all four sides of a building. But what it does say is that you have to identify the attributes of what it is that you're trying to conserve. And so the attributes that this plan spells out are listed at the beginning of the plan. And the process we've gone through, that I guess the question that you would have to be able to withstand, ultimately, is that it's in the public interest to control a non-primary facade, a non-public facade, a private facade, however we want to define it, but something that is not visible to the community, and that be controlled in terms of the application of materials, in this case. So you'd have to demonstrate that it's in the public interest to have that level of restriction or prescription in your plan. That's why, ultimately, our advice has been to craft the policy framework that you have in front of you in this plan, is that this plan best captures the public interest, intent, and conformity with the Ontario Heritage Act. And earlier, Mr. Leary sort of described that public interest in an eloquent way, much more eloquent than the way I'm describing it at present.
And does anyone else from staff? Thanks you, Mr. Morrow. You had your chance to speak. You can't interrupt the committee. Thank you very much. Who is next? Mr. Newman.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the next point presented by Mr. Morrow, and I think some other members of the public comment on it as well, is the way the plan deals with the open space lands, the D&D lands and the undeveloped portions of the J.E. Horton site. And there was the comment that staff have not done a very good job of justifying why there's been a noted deviation from the way that earlier iterations of this plan recognized the open space lands as attributes of the district. And so the introduction that Mr. Curry provided to the presentation was that we looked at those other plans in detail, and we broke out what the fundamental components were making up those designated attributes. So as Mr. Curry mentioned, the reference to the open space lands in the 1980s plan and the 90s plan, they both also contemplated the future development of those lands for low-profile residential land use. So it's not that we're disregarding that the open space lands exist, it's that we recognize that those open space lands in the earlier iterations of the plan had always contemplated some form of development. So what we've tried to do is blend the two considerations, blend the desire to support some form of development in the village over time, but also to recognize the attributes of the open space lands that the public and Andre Scheinman have identified as being important. I think it's really important that I note that we did have a meeting with the Berryfield Village Association and Mr. Scheinman to review his letter and to discuss his letter, and quite frankly to have a bit of a back and forth about where we saw there to be weaknesses in the argument. And the weaknesses come about with respect to, as I say, the way that the earlier iterations of the plan contemplated some form of low-profile development. So what we've tried to do is we recognize that Highway 15 or Kingston Road 15 does provide a delineation of the edge of the district. And that edge is currently comprised of an undeveloped portion of land that's owned by D&D. And so what we've tried to do with this iteration of the plan that's in front of you is we've tried to establish a no development buffer. So a 100-foot wide buffer has been built into the plan, and we've said that we recognize that currently the highway delineates what we'll consider to be the edge of the district, and that those lands are undeveloped. We want to conserve that undeveloped aesthetic of that portion of the district. But we also recognize that in earlier iterations of the plan, there was always contemplated some form of low-profile development. So what we've done is we've pushed that development outside of that 30-meter buffer, and we've accommodated the vision to have some form of development, but we've also accommodated the retention of an open space lands. The earlier iterations of the plans also recognize that the open space lands were intended to protect views. As a fundamental component, a defining attribute of the district are views to St. Mark's Church Tower. So the establishment of that 30-meter buffer will ensure that those views to the church along Kingston Road 15 are preserved or conserved over time. So it's not, by no means have we disregarded or ignored the comments and the expertise provided by the community, but we have critically vetted those comments against the intent of the earlier iterations of the plan and the intent of what we're trying to do here with this updated version of the plan and the goal of conserving the attributes that define the character of this district. So that's how we've gone about approaching that issue. Page 5 of the agenda, page 5 of the report that accompanied this recommendation provides further elaboration on how we arrived at the plan that you have in front of you today. So I don't know if you want to add anything.
The only thing I would add, Mr. Chair, is we did spend, I believe, 7 paragraphs in the report speaking about this specific issue and how we reached the conclusion that we did. And I think it's important to remember, and you alluded to this, Mr. Chair, earlier, that decisions that are based on these policies from council can be appealed, and they can be appealed to the Ontario Municipal Board when it's in a district. So we have to ensure that the policies that we are going to stand behind and that we are going to recommend council enact on, that they can be defended and challenged, and they have to be defended in a way that the policies are in place to conserve the value of the district. And if a policy, if we're not comfortable and we can't find that we can stand up and say, yes, if Mr. Developer is going to develop in such a way that he wants to, it's going to drastically alter the district, then we're going to lose at the board. And
that'll cost taxpayers money, that'll cost time, and that's not responsible as a staff and as a policy writer. So I think it's important to keep it in mind that these do need to be looked at from can they withstand a challenge perspective. So.
Sorry, just interject, just to repeat what you just said. And the way that you withstand a challenge is being able to point to heritage attributes and specific language in the plan that follow planning principles and the Heritage Act, and you can point to the legislation in your defense of your challenge, and that if you're just setting an arbitrary rule, you may not be able to do so.
That's correct. So, through you, Mr. Chair, the next comment was from Mr. Dixon, who mentioned, would the plan be sufficient to require a max height of 2.5 stories for new development? I believe it's in reference to the J.E. Horton site. So the answer is yes. Again, the plan currently has explicit policies as it relates to building height. And so the proponent of an application for redevelopment, say of the J.E. Horton site, would need to demonstrate, again, that let's say they did seek a deviation from what the plan is establishing as a minimum or maximum expectation. Let's say they did come in and propose 2.5 stories, 3 stories, and that's contrary to the explicit policies in our plan. They would need to demonstrate through, for instance, a heritage impact statement that going beyond the 1.5 story, 2 story height limit in the plan is in keeping with the overarching goals and objectives of this plan and is going to uphold and maintain the character defining attributes of this plan. So the test that staff would put back to the proponent would be, how are you demonstrating that the attributes that this community has defined as being important are being protected with this increase in height? So it's a similar test to what we require through, say, a Planning Act process. And the onus would be on the applicant to demonstrate through a permitting process that the goals of this plan are being upheld. So that's, yes, someone could seek relief, but they would have to justify that relief through a permitting process. There were a number of comments with respect to the policies around principal facade. I thought it was an interesting comment about the notion of a public facade. I'll defer to the committee if you want to have that discussion about the way we reference the facade. We're certainly open to having that conversation. I guess the last piece that was a recurring comment and theme is the approach to which staff and the city take to consulting with the committee, and we've had over the past couple of months a considerable amount of conversation around this issue. And I think what I can say, and I'll perhaps look to Alan and Paige and Tony to interject or provide additional comment, is that we are currently looking at best practices throughout Ontario with respect to how heritage committees are consulted on Heritage Act files and applications. And I believe that work will be coming back to this committee in a month's time. And so if through that work it's determined that there's an alternative approach that needs to be taken, I think it's safe to say that let's assume this report is recommended to council and it goes to council and we start to implement the next steps in this project. If the conclusions coming out of this additional review of the procedural process and requirements of the Act comes out with some recommendations for change in the way that we deal with all of our Part 5 designated areas, we can advance an amendment to this plan, an amendment to the other Conservation District plans to establish a process for engaging Heritage Kingston and consulting with Heritage Kingston as determined through our best practices review. So I guess respectfully, I wouldn't want to see this delayed or deferred pending the outcome of that, but I do think there is a process that we can go through to ensure that what this committee thinks is appropriate as a consultation approach is reflected in this plan at some point.
So that's it for the staff response I'm taking? Okay. So that was the public section and the response from staff. So now we would go to the recommendation in the package. Prior to voting on that, there will be debate on the plan as a whole, details large and small. Wasn't really an ongoing theme of the public submissions was what exact language we should be looking at, but that's our job now. If we're thinking of any changes at all, they have to be specific. It is also almost 12 o'clock. And I desperately need to go to the bathroom myself, so I think this might be a good time to call a 3-minute recess for that purpose, and we'll reconvene at noon. Thank you. I'm going to call people back to their seats so we can move get back to work before we lose quorum in our committee. Also, we have a large contingent of public members here, very keen on seeing the outcome. So I know I said noon. It's now 10 past 12, so we'll get started again. We are at business item 8D, Roman numeral 1. We have had the presentation from staff. We've had a briefing from the consultant and staff. We've had questions from members of the committee. We've had questions from members of the public, statements from members of the public. And now, procedurally, this is how it will work. We need to move the recommendation that's in the package, move and second it so we can debate it. And then the way that we add to it, because we're talking about council passing a bylaw, procedurally, the only way we can add to this is by suggesting additional clauses to the recommendation. So the recommendation currently reads that it be recommended to council that the bylaw to adopt the Village of Berryfield Heritage Conservation District plan for the Berryfield Heritage Conservation District pursuant to section 41.1(2) of the Ontario Heritage Act be approved. That's a very specific recommendation. It's just asking for approval of the plan as it is, right? So if there are things we think needed to be added to that plan or changed, we make that in form of suggestions to staff. For example, by saying that staff work with the consultant and consider adding so-and-so, or consider changing so-and-so to incorporate such and such a concept. That's the form, the procedural form that our amendments must take, if any. But we're not there yet, but just to focus your thoughts when it comes to your turn to speak. So who would like to move the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Schell, seconded by Dawn. So we're not voting on it yet, so it's on the floor now. So as stands, if we do nothing, we vote yea or nay to approval of the plan as it is written right now. If we, in our expert opinion, decide as a committee that there are things missing, we need to propose amendments that are in the form of new clauses with that language that I just mentioned, that staff work with the consultant and consider so-and-so. All right, we don't, as the Heritage Committee, don't have the power to write the bylaw. That's only council that can do that, and that's staff that recommends a bylaw. It goes through legal, goes through a bunch of departments, right? We don't have the ability to actually write the bylaw on the spot here. Okay, Peter.
This is a point of information. If we don't have the ability to embed amendments into the written document as we have it, if we are advising that we would like staff to consider what we're saying, then we don't really know if we're going to pass this, what we're passing, and that's a problem to me. What are we, if we vote on this, what are we voting on? We're not voting on a document that we know what it's going to look like when it goes to council.
Oh, maybe the deputy clerk stepped away, but maybe someone from staff could explain the reason for this procedural specification that I've just given. Yes, Ms. Agnew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll give it a go. So procedurally, only council can give staff direction to make amendments to a work plan or a document, or in this case, a bylaw. So for that reason, that's why we're suggesting that the recommendation be that council give staff direction to undergo further assessment of whatever the recommendations would be potentially coming out of this committee today. The other option, I suppose, would be a deferral of the item, which we're trying to get this plan through. It's been 2 years of work, and certainly we want the benefit of having the additional rigor and strength of the plan that, as presented in draft 4, that is much stronger than the 1992 plan. We would like to get that adopted and in place as soon as possible. But those essentially are the two options that we have before us. Janet, I'm not sure if you have any other comments from a procedural perspective as to why we have to undertake this two-part process.
No, I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
So to get back to what you just said, Peter, basically when it comes time for the vote, you vote for whatever we have put in the recommendation. Currently there's only one clause, and you either vote yay or nay. If you think that there are changes that need to be made before the committee's approval can be given, then you would suggest deferring it to incorporate these items. That's what Ms. Agnew has basically said. Those are the two procedural options. So we can add clauses in the form of suggestions to staff, or we can, before we vote, and if we don't feel ready to vote, we have to defer.
I'm still a bit unclear. Are you suggesting that if I want to add a sentence to a particular section in the body of the document rather than in the one brief paragraph of the recommendation, one or two sentences of the recommendation, that it's not the appropriate time to say, you know, let's add something to section B or whatever it is?
It is the appropriate time to say, being with the knowledge that we're not writing the bylaw. Staff writes the bylaw, council passes the bylaw. Council can amend the recommendation, or further amend and pass an altered version of the bylaw. We can only recommend that they do so.
When this is a more general question then, which is raised, and perhaps I should know the answer to it, but I don't. When the bylaw, I mean the bylaws to implement this are at the back of the document we have on Berryfield. Do those bylaws put the entire content of this Heritage Conservation District Plan update, the fifth draft, into effect? What is the status then of this fifth draft which we have in front of us?
Maybe staff could answer that question. The bylaw is the bylaw and the plan is the plan, and they both go into effect. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, they go hand in hand. The way the bylaw is written, the plan becomes Schedule A to that bylaw. So in effect, the bylaw, what it does is it implements the plan that's before you. It says it is now in effect, and it is part of the bylaw. So they go hand in hand.
Might I just, sorry, I think...
We'll hear from legal counsel first before...
Just to clarify the words in the legislation, the bylaw adopts the plan, so it completely incorporates it and makes it an official decision of council, by council. At this point, we are in a consultation with the committee that is required before the adoption, and I think it's the mechanism of how you transfer your thoughts to council that's at question. So the recommendation is that you add a line, if you wish, that says the committee recommends to council that the following considerations be made by council at the time of adopting. And then it's up to council at that future point in time to decide whether they agree with the committee or not.
If it goes to council in the form of recommendation, as I've been saying and as Alan just repeated, if council passed it verbatim, it would include our recommendation, and that would actually need to be incorporated by staff in the final draft.
When this document goes to council, if staff find our suggestions worthy of appropriate to incorporate, is council informed then as to what the original document was and what the additions are, or does it go to council as one seamless document?
I'm asking Paige to talk about this because I think we've moved even already away from the point I was trying to make.
I think potentially what we could do is that a supplementary report would be prepared by staff and added to the agenda that would, similar to what we've done in other situations where it reflects the consultation or the thoughts that have come forward from the committee, and then staff addresses in that report what changes have been made accordingly, and then whether or not we're recommending as part of the overall bylaw that goes to council, whether they've been incorporated or they have not.
Just to reiterate, as in any matter, you as an individual member have three options on a recommendation. You approve it, you vote for it, you vote against it, or you vote to amend it. And in this case, amendments take form added clauses that suggest certain things that you think staff ought to include in the plan. Okay, and then council can either agree with us or not, right?
I'm just trying to seek clarity at this point from what was just said. Am I correct to assume or to intuit, deduce that council will receive suggestions that we've made, whether or not they are recommended for inclusion in the document? So that what we say will go to council, regardless of the, it may go with the blessings of the staff, but council will learn what was said. I think that's important, and thank you for that clarification.
That's my understanding as well. That's right. So, yes, and there have been times in the past where council has not taken our advice and has voted against things that we've recommended. So that can happen because they have the final say. Right? But anything that we add today will go to council in the report. Okay, so that being said, who wants to speak directly to the recommendation or to what's in the plan? We'll start with Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One comment, which is that I believe this is a powerful plan, and I support it. I question how it will be enforced. That is, the variation of this plan and how it will be enforced. In other words, someone comes and proposes, this is what I want to do. Is it consistent? Yes, go. Someone comes and proposes it is not consistent, and here's my argument. In what realm is that argument proposed and seen and guided? In the committee, in the zoning bylaw, it's the Committee of Adjustment looks at variation. At what point are variations considered? How are they considered? In what realm are they considered? And that is what is, for me, most critical. The plan works if it is upheld. If variation is required or requested, in what realm is that variation considered, so that we, the public, have input on variation to what we have accepted. Thank you.
Right at the end you said the public, so I guess you're wondering if public will have an opportunity to interact at a future point when variations are suggested by proponents, for example, zoning bylaw amendments and so on?
In my opinion, that's what this committee did in the past, was that forum for consideration of variation of the plan, what is law.
Right, so I guess that's a question to staff. How would the public contribute to future discussions around things that are proposed that are subject to the plan's language? How would the public interact in the future?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So through you, in the delegated approval bylaw related to heritage matters, I believe it's subsection 16, that gives authority to me as the Director of Planning, Building and Licensing to have the discretion where we're looking at complex projects, deviations to the plan, that I have the ability to bring those things to committee for discussion purposes, for consultation, to provide staff with some additional input or information for our consideration when looking at any kind of deviation to the plan. In terms of something that would go through another Planning Act process, like a zoning amendment or an official plan amendment or anything of that nature, even if a committee of adjustment application, certainly, again, we have the ability through the pre-consultation process to bring that to committee, to have that as part of the information gathering process. That would be part of all the information considered by staff prior to making any recommendation to whether it's Planning Committee or Committee of Adjustment.
Yes, so go ahead.
Thank you for that. I guess my concern then is that there is no, it's not black and white that staff will consult, but just that staff may consult. So as with Committee of Adjustment, if someone seeks to vary from the law, they must present to. So I don't see a specific, well, maybe staff doesn't want it to be specific, but that there is a specific, if someone proposes to vary, this is the process, this is what will happen, rather than this is what may happen, similar to the plan.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I guess we have our colleague Tony Fleming here today, and I guess the presentation that he provided to the committee at the last meeting was trying to distinguish between the legislative requirements of the Act as to when we shall and are required to consult with the committee versus when we're not explicitly under the legislation required to consult. And I think it's an important distinction because, and I believe Mr. McLeod made the argument that we don't want to require someone to consult when legislatively we don't have that ability, because if they were to ever question the process, we could find ourselves in front of the courts without a very defendable position. So I fully appreciate the concern that you're raising, that it's that discretionary nature of consultation and what are the criteria by which we would determine when to bring something to committee or not. I will say that at present, we are erring on the side of caution and we are bringing everything to the committee, perhaps as a transitionary step until we sort of finish our review of best practices in Ontario and get some feedback from the ministry directly. But I think that's the challenge that we're facing right now with this you shall consult versus the discretionary approach to consultation. So I don't think we're going to be able to get to a position of saying you shall consult on every application in a Part 5 designated area because of the legislative requirements, but I think we have to wait and see what comes out of this review of best practices.
Yeah, and just keeping in mind that this is not really central to what we're debating today. It is, you're talking about the ramifications of passing this plan and how it would be and how it would interact with the rest of the city bureaucracy. But the thing that we're debating today is really the recommendation and what needs to be in the recommendation.
And if I may, as was with Peter's comment, it is that we would gleefully support such a plan if it is that we know how it will be enforced, how it can be enforced. And to me, it's real simple. It's enforce the plan, yes, no problem. If it's a variation from the plan, what's the process? In other words, somebody doesn't want to do the two-story, they want more. What's the process that allows them to do more? And that's, in my opinion, it can be black and white.
Ms. Agnew?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as we've been going through the process of education on this matter over the last couple of months and seeking not one but two legal opinions, the process that that exists from a public perspective is that a deviation to the plan from a Part 5 perspective, the public process is one that goes to council. So members of the public would have the ability to request a delegation if a report was before council, so that council has the benefit of considering their input prior to making a decision. We know that the ongoing issue with respect to some of the questions that continue to be raised on the Section 42 interpretations that the city's obtained, that we will be having additional discussion on that at the September meeting. So certainly, you know, if there's additional information that comes forward that fundamentally changes our understanding of how that section of the Act is to be legally interpreted, although it is a difference in practice from what's been done by the municipality in the past, you know, all we're trying to do is make sure that we're consistent with the legal interpretation of the legislation. So it's not an intention to take anything away from the committee, but to make sure that procedurally as a city that we're in compliance with the law. So, that matter will be considered, like Greg indicated before. Certainly, if there's new information that comes forward as part of that September report back to this committee in discussion that suggests that procedurally there's something that needs to be embedded within the plan, certainly we would have the opportunity to address that. And we would also want the ability to address that with the Sydenham plan as well, considering it's a Part 5 plan. So, there's that matter that's a little bit separate, but I would say it's not that there's no process now. The process now that we're following is that it's a process that goes to council, and that's council's discretion to make that decision, and the public has the ability to interact through that process by way of an official delegation through the clerk's office.
Are you done, Sherman, for now? Okay. Before I go to Catherine, at the very beginning, I saw 3 hands. I believe it was Dawn and Jamie at the very beginning. So you'd be next, Dawn, and then Jamie, and Catherine, you'd be next after that. So you're just leaving. Okay.
Yes.
Goodbye.
This question of process and dealing with applications for change is a very important one, and it's engaged a lot of people today, and it's certainly a great concern to me. I'm pleased that staff appear to recognize this is a controversial area, and that they're looking at sort of reviewing their previous thoughts on how this should proceed. But I think a number of us, members of this committee and members of the public, have spent quite a bit of time in recent months gathering information about what's happening to, in particular, Part 5 districts in other parts of the province. And I think, as you've heard from many people, we are entirely satisfied that the procedures that were embedded in the old Sydenham HCD plan are perfectly legal and are a good model for this plan to follow. I mean, that may change in the future, but I think the best way to go forward from this point is to have the Berryfield HCD plan follow essentially the same procedures for dealing with applications for change as are in the old Sydenham HCD. And therefore, I'm going to propose an amendment, and I'll give it to, I'll pass it along to James in a moment.
So, and it's in the form of a suggestion that staff incorporate such language. Okay. So if you can give that to James, and then you can continue on with your rationale, I guess.
Should I read it or just give it to James?
Want to read it? Yeah, go ahead and read it.
Whereas the OHA requires a Heritage Conservation District plan to include procedures for managing change in the district, and whereas it is desirable that each of Kingston's HCD plans include similar procedures, I move that staff work with the consultant to consider adding a new section to the proposed Berryfield HCD plan. This new section would be called Section 6, Heritage Application Process, and sections with sections 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3 that copy sections 8.2, 8.4, and 8.5 of the old Sydenham HCD plan. There's a minor editorial change that I won't...
Sorry, Don. So those things that are copying from the Sydenham plan are the requirements to consult with the Heritage Committee? Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. And the original Section 6 in the Berryfield plan now becomes Section 7, et cetera, that sort of thing.
Right. But staff would be able to sort that out.
Oh, yeah.
Well. So they're going to look at the procedural ramifications, just digest that. So just to sort of paraphrase what you're saying is you would like language added to the Berryfield plan that directly copies the relevant sections of the Sydenham plan when it comes to implementation and consultation.
Yes, and that apart from minor, which means, I mean, the old Sydenham plan had a sort of Plan A and Plan B approach for minor applications. They would be handled by staff. All others would come to this committee for a recommendation to council.
So I guess we need a seconder. Seconded.
I'll second that amendment.
Okay. Okay, so time out. Staff is suggesting an amendment that would incorporate your suggestion and any others that we make today. It's a blanket amendment. So it basically recommending that council defer the decision on the bylaw for the HCD until these comments have been reviewed by staff. So it would read like this. So the original recommendation would need to be amended. This is staff recommending this. One of us would have to move it and second it. So that it be recommended to council that, and then insert, council defer the approval of the bylaw in order for staff to prepare a supplemental report, including all comments raised at the Heritage Kingston meeting. So they would be asked, if this comes from us through staff, as a recommendation from staff, it would be asking for council to not vote on the bylaw until the supplemental report has been given.
I'm really not comfortable. I mean, I don't understand it thoroughly, but I understood that a plan to establish a district, a heritage conservation district, has to be recommended by this committee to council. And it sounds as if we're not recommending a plan. A plan is going to council, and there are some suggestions that our input be considered. It doesn't sound correct to me.
Okay. Well, I think it's coming from the deputy clerk, so maybe she can explain. Sorry. Or anyone from senior staff can explain.
Through you, Chair, the process we're at now is consultation. This committee doesn't approve or deny. It gives recommendations through a consultation process to council, and it is council which approves or denies.
Yes, but out of our discussion, I think there should be, this committee recommends that council approve such a plan. And if we don't even know what the plan is that goes to council, I don't think we're being consulted.
If I might, through the chair, the bylaw adopts the plan. The bylaw and the plan have to be the subject matter which is before this committee and consulted upon. There isn't a process to interject another bylaw or another plan. What I understand the Director of Planning has indicated was the most expedient way to get your thoughts to council is to recommend that council directs staff to provide council with a report that sets out your concerns in detail without filtering. And that is the process by which the consultation subject matter moves to council and council can consider it. But just on a sort of ancillary point, this committee does not amend the bylaw or amend the plan. it sends its recommendations based on the consultation up so the council can look at the plan and the bylaw and the comments received from committee and otherwise, and then the council makes that decision. So to give the assurance, staff wouldn't be filtering anything, but it is still a process of the bylaw that is before the committee and the plan that's before the committee will be the bylaw and plan that comes before council, supplemented by the comments.
Okay, so my understanding then is we're discussing what I led off this section of the meeting about what form amendments would take. And I was saying that they should take form in suggestions to council or suggestions that staff work. The thing is, only council can direct staff, not the committee. The committee can recommend to council that council direct staff, but the committee can't direct staff. So that's where this language comes from, so that council would then direct staff to incorporate our comments unfiltered before council gets its final report on the plan. And that is one option. It is definitely faster than the other option, which is simply to defer our approval and to work with staff to try to add things such as create another draft of the plan, which is not the way staff are going right now. But that would be on staff's complete discretion, because we can't direct staff. So I guess at that point, procedurally, we have an amendment on the floor, and it's being suggested that we would need to amend the wording of the principal clause if we were going to add anything at all. So before we get back to that, this is the first amendment. We need to deal with it. You could defer your amendment until after we deal with the discussion on the principal clause, but we shouldn't be discussing two things at once. So it's up to you if you want to proceed with your amendment at this point, knowing that we may need to amend the principal clause later.
Explain what the principal clause is, please.
It's that we approve the plan as it is in the package. That's the recommendation.
Okay.
Hang on, Peter. Don's got the floor because it's his amendment. Yeah. Did you have a suggestion of how we can do this?
I want some clarification, please. I think part of Don's concern, as I understand it, is that the deferral might mean that we would not be asked the question we were asked today, which is that it be recommended to council that the bylaw to adopt the Village Heritage Conservation Plan be approved. And I understood Don's comment to arise in part from the perception that if we accept the language of deferral, as the staff has suggested, that it would not come back with a recommendation similar to the one we're facing today. If the deferral does not amend the process in the sense that it would not come back, that the document as amended or not amended after our comments, if that document comes back to this committee with the recommendation that we are faced with today, then I think Don's concern is partly, which would be my concern too, is rendered, I think, nugatory, because the process is not being changed by this deferral, it's being distended a bit, if I can use that word. Am I correct to think that the document, if we defer this until the next time and the document comes back with staff's input to what we've suggested, that we will still be asked the recommendation to approve the recommendation, which we've been asked to do today? Is that part of the process unchanged by the deferral?
Staff, did you understand the question? Okay, there's two different possibilities. Us deferring our recommendation and us suggesting that council defer passing the bylaw, which is what staff is suggesting. There's two different things.
that we recommend council defer passing the bylaw implies that the bylaw would go to council before we have our input contributed to it. And if that is a correct interpretation, then that bothers me because today we have been asked to approve a recommendation, and I think that process of approving the recommendation I regard as very important. The procedure by which we get to approval, i.e. Deferring our approval of the recommendation today to allow for consideration of amendments, I think that's what I see as appropriate. If we defer, ask council to defer the recommendation, I don't know how it would get to council without our approval. And if we don't approve it today, then does it go to council anyway without our approval? I mean, that's the implication.
My understanding is it's set to be on the agenda in 6 days' time. Anything that happens today has to necessarily, because of that, go on the addeds because we're past the deadline for the agenda. What this also would go on the addeds. This amendment. It's not there right now. Okay. Is there anything you wanted to say to clarify, Paige? We're kind of in a deadlock procedurally right now, so I'm trying to get moving here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So can I clarify just from the committee's perspective to make sure I'm hearing the feedback? So is the concern that whatever additional feedback is shared today by the committee, that this committee will not have the opportunity to see whether or not it's been incorporated into any further amendments to the plan prior to council's consideration? Is that wholly felt by the committee as the major concern that's present today?
That's a concern that I've raised, which I think is important and I think is consistent with what I understand Don to have raised.
Well, I guess having heard a bit more, I'm not so concerned about being able to see the final version before it goes to council, because council can do what it pleases anyway. But what I am, and I don't want this committee to defer this process now, because I think it's time to make our wishes known in whatever way we can. But I think my sort of amendment and other amendments should be discussed and voted on here, probably before we approve the recommendation that's in the package, because then, in a sense, it's a little more prominent.
Okay, so you've answered the question. So we're going to move forward with your amendment. So you've read it out. Now the whereas clauses wouldn't go in as clauses in a recommendation, right? So you really just need a recommendation clause. So that's what the member on the. Well, I'm not ruling it out of order, so we're moving forward with it. So. That's how it's going to go. Staff can do whatever they want with it. So we're moving forward with your amendment, and it's been seconded by Peter, so now we're debating your amendment only. Would you like to repeat it?
Yes, the point is to have the new Berryfield plan include the same procedures for reviewing heritage applications as are presently in the old Sydenham plan. And so the motion, that part of it is move that staff work with the consultant to consider adding a new section to the proposed Berryfield HCD plan. Section 6.1, heritage application, section 6, heritage application process, with sections 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3 copying sections 8.2, 8.4, and 8.5 of the old Sydenham HCD plan, respectively. And I'll just omit some other little editorial stuff. So basically, we're taking the 3 sections out of the old Sydenham procedural section and incorporating them in this plan. And those sections require staff to bring to this committee, other than minor applications other than for minor changes, staff must bring them to this committee for a consultation and recommendation to council. That's what it says.
Okay, would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? We're going to deal with this amendment in its entirety, and then we'll hear what other people have to say. Yes, Sherman.
I would humbly request that staff be granted an opportunity to discuss this for a few moments, as there is considerable confusion before the committee right now.
Well, you can discuss it while we deliberate. I'm not going to delay any longer. Go ahead, Sherman.
I would recommend that that process be detached from the plan, so as a process can be described that includes all plans and no plan be restricted by a process. So I'd prefer that the process not be included as part of the plan.
Anyone else? Liz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'm. The Sydenham District Plan, actually, even the wording saying old district plan, are you actually describing the plan that was recently passed by council that did have procedures attached? But we're in a new era, so I'm inclined to agree with Sherman that there should be procedures that are generic, I think is what I'm hearing. So I'd rather not deal with that right now. Thank you.
Just for anyone that's confused, there is a procedural bylaw for committees that overarching. You know, it regulates all work of the committee. So that's sort of the higher level that you would make these changes to, and that these are changes made by council. It brings up the question, our existential question about whether we can regulate what comes to us or not, and ultimately we can't. It's council that regulates that. So, but that may, we're back to the amendment. So the amendment is very clear. He's recommending that staff add something to the plan, and he wants council to know about it. So Peter, go ahead.
I think your second last comment is really rather out of place. It is up to council to tell us what our mandate is, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't have, I think, a voice as to what we consider our mandate. And that, I think, is the nature of what this amendment is about. It's the committee or members of the committee expressing to council our view, their view, as to what we think is most appropriate to handle our business. And that has in no way suggests that council doesn't retain the authority to tell us how to do our business, but that we shouldn't be in a position to advise council on the way we think it would be best be handled, which I think is the implication of what you said, I think is out of place.
I apologize for trying to clarify what Sherman and Liz were saying would be speaking to something other than this amendment. It's speaking to something at a higher level than this amendment. Therefore, they're not supporting this amendment because they would rather see that change at a higher level than this amendment. That's all I was doing. I was clarifying what they said. Everything else you said is still valid. It has no bearing on this amendment either.
I'm sorry if I misinterpreted you.
That's okay. So hang on, Sherman. We haven't heard from this side of the committee. I think I saw your hand, Jamie.
No, I have a distinct comment separate from this issue.
Maybe we should deal with this one. Anyone else wish to speak? Sorry, before we go to second round, Sherman, I'd like to speak to it. So, Sherman's got to leave as well. Well, is that we would still have quorum. Mr. Vice Chair, if you are you allowed to? No, you can't take the chair because it's your motion. Councillor Schell, can you take the chair just
Yes,
so I
I'll
can
take
make my
the chair,
comment?
recognize you.
So,
do you want to speak first, Mr. McLeod? Oh.
we still have quorum. We have quorum is 6. The membership is 11. So,
go ahead.
Thank you. So I don't have the floor anymore. I'm just speaking as councillor for Sydenham, a member of this committee. I live in a Sydenham Heritage Conservation District. I live in a Part 4 designated property but it's in a Part 5 district, and if I found that my alterations to my property would not come to the Heritage Committee, I would certainly question the validity of my membership of the Heritage Committee and the traditional inclusion of every councillor of Sydenham in the Heritage Committee. So to this amendment, I completely support the intent that every meaningful Heritage District Conservation Plan should require consultation from the committee in some form. I'm very open-minded in what form that takes. And I think it's a good amendment. I don't think it is contrary to anything. And I think that if council adopted it, staff would find a way to have us have an opportunity to consult on, like you say, on things that are of major import. I'm open-minded on where we draw the lines. I'm open-minded on how we consult. I would always like an opportunity for the public to comment on any of these things. Can you imagine in the future something affecting Berryfield came up, they would have to come in delegation to council. They would not have the opportunity to come here to this committee and discuss things at length like we saw in great detail if it didn't come to the committee. For that reason, I'm going to support the amendment. Thank you.
And I'll return the chair and note that the lawyer McLeod would like to speak.
Mr. McLeod.
Through the chair, just to confirm though, however the wording is received, as even an amendment to a bylaw, it's still subject to the statute. There's a hierarchy of authority. So it may be not effective to achieve the motion mover's goal. That would only be something we could look at a later point. So I'm just giving the caveat that the proceedings, not only of this committee, but of council too, are subject to the statute and the direction of the legislature, which we are not empowered as staff or the committee members or council to alter.
I forget who has the chair right now. Okay. Thank you, Mr. McLeod. I think maybe the mover could specify, in making this amendment, you're aware that it seems to suggest practice that's contrary to the advice we've received both from Mr. McLeod and Mr. Fleming.
Yes, I'm aware of that, and indeed, cynics might say, why do we bother? Why would we bother putting such a procedure in the plan when the procedure that is in the old Sydenham, the Sydenham District Plan is not being followed? And I think it should be followed, and I think it's important to have these procedures in the plans so that people know that we should be following these procedures and that they are followed in virtually every municipality in the province and have been followed in this city for 30 years. So I think it adds a bit of pressure to the concerns the interests that staff have in trying to sort out the mess that we are now in. And we are in a situation where we are not following city bylaws, not following the OHA, and somehow we've got to try to find a proper procedure, but we can't just ignore the problem in this district plan. I think we should push ahead and get a procedure there and see what happens.
Well, if you approve the bylaw, then staff doesn't have to consider this at all. This is when you recess. Like it's very confusing.
But that's two main points we have to talk about.
But if you approve this, it's at and. Just ignore all the pen.
If we approve it, it makes this nonsense.
Yes, and then therefore that's a word. But then we need to. Well, can we please just recess for 5 minutes, just clear this up.
I'm going to reluctantly agree to my clerk's request for a recess so that he can sort out whether this amendment is in order given the wording that's currently in the recommendation.
Excuse
Excuse me, how long is that recess going to be?
5 minutes. 5 minutes. It's 1 o'clock. So it's now been 8 minutes, so I guess we'll call the meeting to order again, and we'll see what the clerk has to say to me here. So I'm told our Director of Planning has an explanation for us. Go ahead, Ms. Agnew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the committee's consideration and our deliberations outside and trying to take into consideration the feedback that I've heard from the committee, what I would like to suggest the committee consider is that an amendment to the original recommendation that's on the floor, that perhaps the committee decide not to pursue that. And what we can do as staff, and I'll make the commitment so that it's officially minuted, that between now and when the report with the amending bylaw and the fourth version of the plan goes to council, that it go to council the first meeting of September. So we have the opportunity between now and then to prepare a supplemental report that would reflect any feedback received in today's meeting, anything that's sent as a follow-up to us in writing. We'd have the opportunity to provide that in a supplemental report that council can consider at the same time, that would look at what's suggested with staff's recommendations, whether or not those are amendments that can be supported, and then it can be considered at the same time that council considers the original report with the amending bylaw and the fourth version of the HCD plan as Appendix A.
Okay, so just to paraphrase, it's not on next week's agenda at this point, so it would be on September's agenda, and there would be two reports. One containing the current fourth draft of the HCD as we know it, already published, and another one supplemental based on all of our submissions today. So what form should these submissions take then in that case?
Well, in consideration of today's time, I think we've received some. If there's any other comments from the committee that they want to make verbally right now, I would suggest that we obtain those as a matter of priority, because we have other agenda items that are also time sensitive, and then offer the fact that we have a month, so to follow up with Greg or with Ryan in writing any other additional comments that you have, and we'll ensure that those are incorporated into the report.
So meanwhile, I'm thinking about the committee and the six of us that are left here. We have to come to consensus of what we want included. And Ms. Agnew is suggesting that everything can be included, even individual submissions. If you write to staff, you can get that. But if you want it voted on to ensure that it is the will of the committee, knowing that we're at minimum quorum, you can submit things as motions, but they're motions to be of things to be added in the supplemental report, I guess, at this point. That's not right? No.
Currently, just for clarification, what's before the committee is the original recommendation found on page 3 of the package with a supplemental clause that reads that staff work with the consultant to consider adding to the proposed Brayfield HCD plan a new section entitled 6.0 Heritage Application Process, with sections 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3 copying sections 8.2, 8.4, and 8.5 from the old Sydenham Heritage District Plan, respectively. So the amendment, as was presented, is a secondary clause to the original recommendation as presented in the agenda on page 3.
Okay, so it's actually unchanged from what Don was presenting. So, yeah, okay, that's fine. That's simpler. That's easier. Okay, so we've got an amendment on the floor. Does anyone else wish to speak before we vote on it? This is Don's amendment, exactly as it was before we recessed. Okay, well, I'll call the vote on it. All those in favor of Don's amendment? Opposed? And that carries. So now we're back to the main recommendation. So this would be a good time for oral submissions as well. So who would like to speak? I believe Jamie had her hand up, and then we'll go to Peter. Jamie?
All right. I have more of a general statement or comment about the current draft of the plan. But before I get into that, I think first of all, I just really want to acknowledge all the work that's gone into it so far from all parties involved, city staff, interested community members. It's obvious the time and energy and grit that has gone into this, and it's appreciated, and it's obvious. But that being said, my comment is that I am troubled by the lack of community buy-in to this plan. and the expressed sense of anxiety about how the municipality may or may not co-manage this community. And this anxiety seems to be further exacerbated by the procedural changes regarding District 5, right? District 5, conservation districts, and whether this includes the involvement of the Heritage Committee. And again, thinking over last month's presentations and this meetings, it really reiterates to me the importance of district plans. Not only what inevitably goes into it in terms of policy, but also how it is created and how the community participates in this consultation, and what, to me, amounts to a certain level of self-governance. So the other side of that is I've heard the word that this plan is adequate. For Kingston, it's adequate for the purposes, and as a member of this committee and as a person who's grown up and lives in Kingston and works in Kingston, I'm not sure if adequate is what we should be going for. I would invite, and I direct this comment particularly to the senior managers and the political representatives here, that this plan is an opportunity sort of to push the conversation beyond sort of the binary of pro-development or anti-development. And I speak particularly to the point made by the Berryfield Village Association of open spaces and their very astute connection to 21st century urban development, sustainability, and walkable cities, green spaces, and how those two coincide. So again, I would just really encourage everyone to step back a bit and take, working out this plan, an opportunity for Kingston to reassert itself as a leader in heritage practices and to innovate best practices at the intersection of community participation, governance, heritage conservation, and the principles of sustainable urban development as embodied within 21st century smart cities, which I believe Kingston is considered, or at one point was labeled a smart city. So from my position, and please help me to fit this into what the procedures are going to be. I'm not sure. I'm not comfortable with that this plan should go forward to council at all without further community consultation. So I'm not sure how that works out procedurally.
Thank you. And Peter, you're next. And I think Councillor Shell wants to speak.
Thank you. I have two sentences, which I would like the staff to consider adding to the document. And if I might, I'll read them both. They're short. The first one is would be relating to the list which begins on page 16, list of cultural heritage attributes. And I've got a copy of this I can give out. Add this sentence, please. Consider adding it. The cultural heritage landscapes of the open grasslands on the former J.E. Horton Public School site and the three parcels of open grassland currently owned by the Department of National Defence on the perimeter of the village, all of which are vital to the district's heritage character. That as a list, as an addition to the list of cultural attributes. And then on page 36 of the internal document, or page 52 of the larger section 454, design considerations for vacant lands. I'd like the staff to consider adding this sentence after the first sentence of that first paragraph. New development should respect the heritage value of the village's cultural heritage landscapes, in particular the open grasslands of the old Horton property and the three parcels of land currently owned by the DND on the perimeter of the district.
And Peter, did you want this to be from a consensus of the committee point of view? Like, would you want to vote on this as an amendment, or are you making this just as an official submission to be put in the minutes?
Well, I think that since the staff have said that everything is going to be considered, I don't think they're particularly controversial. But I think as long as it goes forward to be considered, that that's really the issue or the matter that's important.
Okay, and Mr. Clerk, you've got the actual written submission from Mr. Goheen? Okay, so those will be verbatim, they'll be added to the
And I've put on the
report.
bottom of that a reminder that staff have told us of a correction on page 50 something, which has to do with the
Non-principal facades.
Yes.
You got
Thank
that
you.
one before, right? No? The typo that Mr. Curry talked about, yeah. Okay, you're next, Councillor Schell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I haven't commented on the plan itself because we've been sidelined quite deeply about procedures, and I really do hope that we are going to get a good set of legal procedures pretty soon. The plan I find really amazing because I have watched Berryfield change over the years, and just driving through it again last night, I was looking at all the houses on the hill, and I thought they probably wouldn't be allowed under this plan. Back in the 80s, a lot of them were built on hills, and I thought in villages you didn't build on top of a hill, especially it was a poor village. I mean, it wasn't an expensive place to live, and you certainly didn't take your team of horses up a hill on purpose and put a house there. So I think, well, I believe with this plan, you're going to get a village back instead of what had started really to turn into more of a subdivision in many ways. You were getting a variety of types of building material. You've got, I realize why you had to agree to get one house fixed up. There's now a monster home on the waterfront because it is an incredible spot for views. I mean, when Berryfield started, it was a village because it was close to the Navy Yard, and it was an adjunct to that because that's where you had to live, and that's where the people lived who created all the goods for the Navy Yard or for each other and had farms, and the common was on the hill. So I think this plan gives you a chance actually to get back to a village from a way that it was starting to head in a different direction. And as to the Horton School property, it was, well, it's two things. Berryfield Village is made up of private homes. So it is where people live. It isn't Upper Canada Village, it's where people live, and it's a huge investment for them. So yes, if we can make it that they can have a private area from the public, good. Because most people want to have a private area, and they want to be able to put up some swings for their kids, which wouldn't be very Upper Canada Village-y. So, of course you have to have private areas in your own personal home that you're paying for. And then the Horton property, this council said no to a community centre, that we weren't going to buy it. If we had bought it, it would have been as zoned residential, because that's the only way schools make a bit of money when they sell properties that they don't need anymore. They get this really low designation. I mean, it's the cheapest in a way money that they can get. It's the least money they can get when they sell it, unless they sell it as open space, which means it's pretty much worthless to the school board. So it's been sold for single-family homes, and under this plan, you have such a better chance to have a village look than what I say had been appearing, which was a bit more of a suburban look. So I'm keen on that with this plan. I would be content to pass it today. I realize we're going to move it along. That's okay, because we do need to formalize to the satisfaction of us staff-wise, legally, and citizens, what this committee does and doesn't do. And I don't think anyone has ever even, and staff said, they don't want comments. It's just, in the long run, there's been this change about the Part 5. So To me, that's somewhat separate from the actual plan, because I think this is an extremely good, extremely strong plan. I hope we'll see a few limestone houses built because of this plan, because you only have two ways to build, wood or stone. So I thank staff for all the changes, and I think it's a very good plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a statement to make as well, if you'd like to take the chair. Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you. So going back to Ms. Sipnovich's submission today in her delegation, she mentioned several points. We've discussed the open lands quite a bit through our questions, and Councillor Schell just mentioned her viewpoint. I'd like to just point out again about the principal facade thing. The member of the public who sat over here who recommended changing the wording, I think that would be an excellent idea. You wouldn't believe how many people I've talked to that are confused by the word principal facade, and then you have to look up the definition to find out that it actually applies to anything that is publicly in view. And I don't know what other wordings there are out there that people have used, but I think using principal facade is unintentionally misleading, and I would support that change. And I think that and then it comes up to, it's up to staff to determine, based on the definition, which is right here in the plan, anything that is in view to the public, when changes are being made, then staff has something to go by, that hopefully staff aren't also misled unintentionally by the wording. The point about the size of developments, even if you limited it to 1.5 stories, you could still, if you wanted to, build a really massive monster home, taking up, a large part of it. The problem is we don't know what the developer is going to do with his lots. I think that it would be hard to make money with large lots and lots of monster homes, because I don't know how much market there is for that. But the question remains whether it could happen. And of course, people are always imagining the worst, because the worst often comes true with developers. So, and this particular developer has a reputation as well. So the way I would approach that if I were staff would be to really try to imagine the worst case scenario. And if there's nothing in the plan that speaks to that worst case scenario, we're talking about what form the eventual residential development in those J.E.O. Horton lands and on DND lands would take. I completely agree with Councillor Schell. If it's a village look, that's an amazing opportunity. I think that would be the best case scenario, perhaps. But the worst case scenario also has to be considered if we're looking at protection. So I would encourage staff to really try to imagine, play devil's advocate with yourself, try to imagine the worst possible application you might get, and whether it would withstand an appeal. This is a reverse situation. Okay, all that being said, and leaving all of the debate about procedurally whether it should come to this committee or not aside for the time being, I think everybody knows my opinion on that. This plan, I went through it as a resident of Sydenham, okay? So I live in a home that was always Part 4 designated. I didn't live there then, though, but the Part 5 designation is actually new last year. So I've been fielding questions from residents all along that are actually neighbors of mine, because we all live in the old Sydenham HCD, which isn't a very big geographical area, but it has a certain feel to it. And like Berryfield, the people that live there have a lot of pride in their residences. And I'm getting people that are, that is the opposite of what we're hearing from the BVA. They're concerned that there's too many restrictions, or that how dare the city tell us what we can do with our buildings and that kind of thing. Now, that's always going to be there with heritage restrictions, but I field those questions gladly, because I find that once I explain the heritage principles they're based on and what the language actually says and what they're actually permitted to do, and how you can always repair the old pieces and have a win-win, like have the enjoyment of your home with heritage features and not necessarily have to go with the new replacement. That's something that gets pushed on you by people that are selling the new pieces, right? You always have the option of doing work in a heritage consistent way, and that's what this committee is here for, to give people advice on those things, and that's what heritage planners are here for as well. So I would say that without a proper HCD, Berryfield is in trouble. I think everyone in Berryfield knows this. I think that they are reluctant to support this current version of the plan because they think that there's actually more work to be done before the final draft is actually adequate to their needs. So staff has taken the opinion that that this fourth draft should be enough, and it's no question there's been a lot of work put into this. Is it enough? It's only enough, I would say the true test, it's only enough if the members of Berryfield have had every opportunity to suggest improvements, and those improvements have been dealt with one by one with an open mind. And I believe that has been the case in the vast majority of this plan. And the question is, so now are we just teetering on the edge of, crossing your fingers and jumping over the cliff, or and knowing that we're going to have a nice soft landing, or is it actually are we going ahead with a half-baked plan, so to speak? So that's really the question before us right now. If we give approval today to the plan, we can move forward and get that protection in place, which is what Berryfield really needs. I did not get any dissenting voices other than one irate homeowner. I did not get any dissenting voices about the old Sydenham HCD, not one, and nobody appealed it. So it is actually in the best interest of Berryfield to get an updated plan in place. And just to give you some context, the plan was written originally in 1980. It was the first plan in Ontario. By the time it was passed, it was the second plan in Ontario. 12 years later, it was updated. That's the 1992 version that we saw mentioned here. And then 11 years ago, the Ontario Heritage Act changed in a drastic way, a very dramatic way. And those changes that happened 11 years ago are actually still filtering through, okay? We're grappling with some of those today. One of those changes was the change in the wording to the Part 5 designations. It's now been 24 years since the last update, 1992. It's very important that we get this done. I don't think anyone questions that. How many drafts do we need? It really isn't about how many drafts, it's about what really needs to be in the draft. I've already supported Mr. Taylor's last amendment because to me, this is always going to be a major impact to the residents of the old district, and should always come to the Heritage Committee so that they have a chance to comment, and so that the experts around the panel can inform staff. So that's where that stands. I think if that piece were in place, perhaps this iteration of the plan would be better embraced. That being said, I could go either way. I could look at it again, or I could support it today, but if we vote on it today, I will vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Return the chair.
So we're just on the recommendation that came with the package about approving, or us recommending that council approve the fourth draft as is. Any further comments? Yeah, sorry, the clerk's just keeping me on track here. We are talking about the original recommendation, but it's been amended. So it's the original recommendation as amended, with Don's amendment as the second clause. Maybe he can put it up so we know exactly what this is, what would go to council with the two staff reports. in September. So council would, if passed, council would get this recommendation with the addition by Don. It would also get a supplemental report, including the comments by Mr. Goheen and Jamie and all the other comments of Councillor Schell. It would give the opportunity for, I'm assuming, and staff can nod, for the members not present today, such as Mac and others, and ones that left early, to make submissions as well to that supplemental report. Is that correct? Yeah, that's it.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. I just want to confirm, perhaps with James here, so this is the recommended amendment to the original recommendation that's under discussion now, or is this what?
So the first clause you see up there is the original recommendation. It was just one clause that asked for approval of the HCD, right?
So for clarification, the numerous potential procedural mechanisms that were discussed earlier, they were never formally voted on. The only matter that was, or amendment that was formally voted on, was the amendment proposed by Mr. Taylor and second by Mr. Goheen. And that amendment was to the original recommendation, as it was a formal amendment, and it includes everything following the original recommendation. And I hope that was a clear explanation.
Yeah, so the other submissions, whether written or oral, would go, I'm assuming, in the supplemental report that Ms. Agnew was mentioning. Yes, Jamie.
Sorry, just to make sure I understand, I mean, with or without the amendment, it's basically, the motion that's being voted on is that this plan be approved.
That's
And
right.
to go forward to council.
If we vote on this, we're recommending
Whether the amendment's
approval
in there
of
or
the
not.
HCD fourth draft.
Okay, thank you.
With the second recommendation to be considered by staff. Okay, so I don't see any hands. Is everyone okay to vote on this right now then? All right, so all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That's it. All right, well, thank everyone for their patience. We'll have to keep moving, but there's still many items on the agenda.
I have to leave now.
Okay, if someone else leaves, we lose quorum, what would happen then? Then that's the end of the meeting. So that we would start the next meeting with the rest of the bids. Are any of these items, permit applications, time sensitive? I believe a couple of them are. If we could just indulge you for 3 or 4 minutes. I believe that the next 2 items are time sensitive. And that if we don't approve them today, they get the permit automatically through default. So,
Excuse-
is
Sorry,
that correct, Ryan? Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Over here, sorry. Apologize for interrupting. I just want to make, I recognize this meeting's been a long one, but all items on the agenda today are time sensitive with respect to meeting the requirements of the Heritage Act for making a recommendation to council. So I just want that to be known.
Okay, but Patricia had said that she had to leave, and we would lose quorum, and so in that case, there would be no opportunity for the committee to discuss these items. Is that correct? Yes. Okay.
Yes,
Commissioner
Mr. Chair, that's correct. It would be automatically approved because we do have 90 days under the Ontario Heritage Act.
So if we lose quorum, all of the permit applications are approved. There is one deferral, though, that we need to process no matter what, right? So in item 4, the second clause, which is 34 Sydenham Street, staff is asking for us to separate and defer that item. No, he told me that before the beginning of the meeting. Yeah. So that's 34 Sydenham Street. I guess it's a moot point if everything is else is approved. But this one, if we defer it, we'll have a chance to talk about it at the next meeting. Because that application my understanding is there's still some details to be sorted out in that application. That's 34 Sydenham Street. I think you mentioned that.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Chair. So we are recommending a deferral of that application so that we can sort out the details of an application which is changing currently.
Okay, so I'm going to move, I'm the councillor for that district. I'm happy to move deferral of the second clause of item 4, which is 34 Sydenham Street grant application. Yes, seconded by Councillor Schell. Any discussion? This is deferral, so it's just to the next meeting. Okay, all those in favor? Okay. Now, for the remainder, they will all be approved. All these permits will be approved unless we vote on them today. So if you were basically, that means if you had amendments or opposition to any of those items, now is the time to point that out so that we don't grant approval by default. I would entertain moving any of these items as the next item to have a chance of dealing with it before we lose Patricia. We probably only have time to deal with one item. Did you have such an item?
I'm wondering whether we should call a special meeting. Very poor procedure to have no discussion on applications.
Councillor Schell?
I'd just like to clarify that the items that we would be voting on are the 172 sign, 172 Ontario, 58 Wellington Street garage removal, and King Street East. The other property grant, the others are all for information, consultation. Would they be coming back? The consultation ones, is that what I'm hearing? They will not be coming back?
Because of the 90-day rule, they would have to get approved by staff.
That's correct. So they will not be coming back to committee.
So you're right. The only other option would be another meeting.
I think it's totally irresponsible to allow them to be approved without any discussion by this committee.
I tend to agree, and also I'd like to point out that summer meetings probably have worse attendance to begin with, so maybe that's why we're losing quorum. What can we do about it? Peter?
I agree with what Don has said. I think that there are several levels of responsibility in this committee, and the level of responsibility, for example, regarding 92 Sydenham Street, which is, I think, a more complex business than some of the rest, is only consultation. But that doesn't mean that we should negate a sense of responsibility to put our comments in, because and if it means a special meeting, then so be it. It's not my favorite way of spending 4 hours, but it may be duty.
Well, I'll hear from Ms. Agnew before we consider that suggestion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you're probably aware, and I'm guessing that James may be informing you, but calling a special meeting of committee is completely at your discretion as the chair of the committee, so long as you can achieve quorum for that meeting so that the intended purpose would be carried out.
Okay, so Don has moved essentially, and Peter has seconded the idea of having a special meeting of the Heritage Committee. Is this debatable? Right. Okay. This obviously can't become common practice, and every meeting in the last 3 or 4 meetings has been this long. So I actually can't support this as an ongoing practice, but in the case of
Peter.
If we're only going to do it once, I'd rather it be for something very important.
Peter,
Yes.
let me make a phone call and I'll stay longer to deal with these because I don't want to cause a problem here. So
we're going to take a short recess again. Thank you, Patricia. So Patricia's back. We have quorum again. We also have at least one applicant here, probably more, of these individual properties. They've been waiting patiently for us to get to them. Yes. Okay. We have a little bit of time. We're trying to break the record of longest meeting that's set by council the other night. Remember when Jim started talking at 11:45 about what he wished would have been in the thing he was about to support? Anyways, moving right along, we're on the application for heritage permit at 172 Ontario Street. This is the one about the sign. You'll see the recommendation is to approve the alterations to install a circular projecting sign at the corner of Ontario and Johnson, constructed of wrought iron and wood to match the existing mast arm sign on the same facade.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Like you said, it's the property at 172 Ontario. It's a Part 4 designated property. This application has been submitted to request approval for, thank you, for a projecting wrought iron mast arm circular sign at the corner of Ontario and Johnson. The building is shared by two businesses, the applicant and Lovebird Bridal Boutique, the latter of which has an existing projecting sign above the main entrance to the building. And according to the applicant, the proposed new sign will significantly increase the cafe's visibility from Ontario Street, which is a high tourist traffic area. So while this sign will not meet the regulations of the current sign bylaw, the applicant is in the process of acquiring the sign permit and a sign bylaw exemption. The designation for the building notes This is an excellent example of one of the earliest commercial structures in Kingston. It's an example of one of many hotels that would have lined Ontario Street in the 1850s. The statement of significance notes this building as the most important building on the block. The application notes that the proposed sign will include the wrought iron mast arm circular sign to be installed on the facade at the corner of Ontario and Johnson. The sign will be 23 inches in diameter, constructed of exterior grade wood with an aluminum surface and faced with vinyl on both sides. This will be attached to the stone facade. Staff do not object to the proposed addition of the sign. However, it's recommended that the sign be attached in a location within the masonry joint and not the masonry unit itself, as per the policy on masonry restoration, to avoid any irreversible damage to the stone. The design of the front entranceway and the highly visible facade of this building are important from a conservation perspective. There is an existing projecting sign above the entrance, but however, staff are of the opinion that this additional sign of similar size and material will not impact the heritage value of the building. Additionally, there is evidence of former sign mounts that can be seen within the existing masonry. And ultimately, the new sign will help attract customers to the cafe, which will ensure the building's continued use and viability, conserving it into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. So, you see the recommendation. It's for approval of this protruding sign. Who wants to speak? Peter. Oh, questions of staff first, that's right. So
I was
quickly,
going to move a motion, sorry.
Oh, okay. Does anyone have any questions or clarification before we get to the recommendation? Yes, Don? Questions only.
Yes, what is the location of the sign? It isn't quite clear. There's a red circle there. When I walk by, I see everything's covered by ivy, so you can't really see where it's going to be. Okay, there.
So some of the ivy will have to be removed for the sign to be installed.
Right. Mm-hmm.
All right. Members of the public, anyone wish to ask questions? Yes, please come forward.
Helen Finley, 52 Earl. Could you put up the drawing of the mast, please? Oh, what I am questioning is gone there, is the twistiness of this arm, which is, I don't think, heritage appropriate for this kind of building. It just should be a straight piece. Four-sided piece is what, to me, would seem appropriate. And also that's a very light metal on the top. This is a very robust and handsome building, and solid, plain, simple is really what I think is required here. Thank you.
Okay, so now we have a recommendation in front of us. Thank you. Need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Schell, seconded by Peter. So I read a little bit of it earlier. Basically, you can see it in your package there. The application is approved with said alterations to include just one, the installation of the sign, and you saw the location. Be constructed of wrought iron and wood to match the existing mast arm sign on the same facade. And there are 3 conditions that are standard conditions for this type of work. Right. And because of the time, we're 6 days to the council meeting, we have to add an amendment, a clause that it go on the addendum for the August 9th council meeting. Yes, Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, it can go to the September meeting as it's going to go together with the sign exemption.
Oh,
sign
okay.
bylaw exemption.
So ignore that last comment. We don't need the extra clause. For this particular one. All the other ones we will. Okay. All right. So any comment? Debate? Don?
Just one. It was mentioned that the supporting screws would go into the joints, the mortar joints. However, this doesn't work in general for ashlar masonry because the joints are so narrow that putting the screw in the joints actually damages 2 blocks instead of 1. So on the other hand, these particular blocks have recessed edges, so you probably wouldn't see in there anyway. So I guess in the end, I'm not sure what the best practice is, but there is, in these matters are not always obvious, and I guess we'll leave it with the installer, I think.
Okay, any other debate? All right, so then we'll vote on the recommendation as in the package. All those in favor? Opposed? And that carries unanimously. Our next item is item 3, 58 Wellington Street. It's a heritage permit under the Ontario Heritage Act. There's a recommendation. This is the demolition of the rear garage/shed behind 58 Wellington Street with no replacement structure proposed. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This property is designated under the Old Sydenham Conservation District. The inventory notes that the main dwelling on this property was constructed in 1918. However, historic maps show the footprint as early as 1850. The detached garage structure is a one-story structure with narrow vertical tongue and groove corrugated iron cladding with a barn-style door set on a concrete block foundation at the rear of the property, nearly completely obstructed from the street. It's a substantial size with a square footprint and a gable roof with a small chimney. It first appears on the fire insurance plan in 1908 and 1924, which show the frame dwelling at the front with the iron structure at the rear. However, the modern storm door and the window, as well as the concrete block foundation, suggest the structure was likely rebuilt, perhaps many times throughout the property's existence. The applicant notes that the structure is in poor condition and poses a potential safety concern for the building's users. And as you mentioned, the applicant wishes to demolish the structure to open up the backyard and has no plans to construct a new structure in its place. The Old Sydenham District Plan notes that heritage attributes within the North Tebagat Street sub-area where this property is located include surviving examples of historic landscape elements such as remnants of carriage houses. However, staff is of the opinion that this structure is not what the plan is alluding to. Staff is also of the opinion that while a complete assessment of this structure has not been completed, staff are of the opinion that it has very little historical or associative value. While its continued existence links it physically and historically to the surroundings, it doesn't contribute significantly to the character of the Old Sydenham District, given its nearly obstructed location from the street. Ultimately, this structure is likely to have been an auxiliary structure for various owners throughout the years. However, it has very little value. It may have housed the carriage at one point. However, staff are unconvinced that this is the type of structure alluded to in the plan. Its location at the rear is also nearly completely out of view from the public realm. And as such, staff are of the opinion that the demolition of this structure will not detrimentally impact the heritage value of the property at 58 Wellington, and nor will it compromise the objectives of the district plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions only. I think it's pretty straightforward. There may be some debate. Any questions or comments from members of the public? Seeing none, any debate? We need to move and second it first. Who would like to move it? Councillor Schell, seconded by Dawn. So we're recommending approval of the demolition. We need to add the clause for the August 9th council meeting as an amendment. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this does not have to be on the August meeting, so.
Oh, okay. So this one, here's our opportunity to basically advocate for the preservation of this structure if we thought it was mentioned in the Part 5 designation for the Old Sydenham HCD. The structure itself is not designated on its own. It's just happens to be in Old Sydenham district, and to paraphrase what staff was saying, it does mention as a heritage attribute the existence of carriage houses, some of which have been converted or and are now function as primary dwellings. But anyhow, any discussion? Seeing none, I guess we'll vote on the recommendation then. All those in favor? Opposed? And that carries. So this next item, we already deferred the second clause. It's actually two different property grant applications. One for 222 King Street East, one for 34 Sydenham. The one for 34 Sydenham has been deferred. So there's only one grant application in front of us. It's the first clause. Basically, it's a grant application, so you know what that means. It's $2,000 maximum or half of the value of the work, whichever is less. There's an annual amount that we have to do to grants, and once it's expended, it's gone. Go ahead, Mackenzie.
Yes, so this report presents the application for 222 King East. The corresponding application has been approved under staff delegated authority and meets the eligibility criteria for the grant program. This property is located on the north side of King Street between Earl and William. It's a Part 4 designated property as well as being located in the Old Sydenham district. The applicant is proposing to repair portions of the decorative wood trim of the sentry box in front of the main entrance to the house. And the scope of work pertains mainly to the bottom portion of the left side of the box. She's proposing to repair only what's necessary and replacing the rotted materials with new but matching milled wood, and has retained a heritage specialist to undertake this work. The applicant has also proposed to repaint the new sections to match the existing color scheme. This property has not received grant funding in the last 2 years, and since the repair to the existing woodwork meets the definition of eligible work, staff are recommending approval of the grant application, and there are sufficient funds remaining in the program budget to cover the grant dollars recommended.
Good, that's good to hear. So it's a straight grant approval. The permit itself has already been approved by delegated authority. Any questions? Yes, Don.
I'm a little puzzled by exactly, I walked by this, I could see a rotten panel that needs to be replaced, but that won't come to $4,000. The estimate from the carpenter says this is an estimated price on new front porch. It sounds as if everything's going to be rebuilt. So I'm puzzled by what it needs to be replaced and what is to be replaced. It's really not clear enough.
So we didn't get all the information in the package that staff might have received. Can you maybe tell us, did it specify in the application exactly how much of the panels were going to be replaced?
It didn't in the application, but when I did the site visit, it was the bottom portion of the left side of the box.
Okay, but yet we have a carpenter's estimate for an entire front porch.
It looks like, this committee's sort of preference is we don't replace unless necessary, we repair, and most of the porch looked pretty good to me, except for that panel. You can see the rotten panel, but that's not anything like the replacement of the whole porch. Could I ask if a grant proposal is times, well, actually, it's the work, not the grant, that concerns me. You know, many, I'm not suggesting anything in this case, but many tradespeople, if they look at something like this, will say, oh, it all needs replacing, and we'll do it for $4,000. That's not the way heritage is protected. We really need to have a good look at it and see what needs replacing and what can be repaired.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, so through you, I think the question that's being asked is, what's the extent of the removals that are being proposed, and does that necessitate a permit coming direct to the committee? Does it still fall within delegated authority? So based on Mackenzie's review of the application and her site visit, it was determined that the amount of the existing porch that was subject to repair was below the threshold that would cause the application to no longer be subject or permitted under the delegated authority bylaw. But I think, it's a valid point that you raise, is I guess you never really know until you start to uncover things what extent might actually be in need of repair. So our understanding, based on our site visit and our review of the file, is that it meets the threshold for being a delegated authority. We can't predict what may be uncovered as the work is undertaken, but we have to act in good faith on this.
Yeah, so just as is the, if passed, this particular thing is just for the grant, we would be approving a grant up to $2,000 should that be the cost of half of the work once it's undertaken. And the permit's already been given for anything up to full replacement. Is that correct? So I guess in this case, we're trusting the contractor. Well, the grant part is whether we should give them a grant or not.
Well, the work hasn't been done. Perhaps at least the staff could talk to the applicant and ask if they're sure all that work needs to be done, because there are suggestions that the repairs are really quite minor. But can we not approve the grant later?
Yes, Paige.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we're happy to do a follow-up with the applicant, and I can understand just looking at the contractor's estimate because it references an estimated price for a new porch. So all they have permission for at this point is just that small component, but your concern is that it appears that there's a greater scope of work that's been identified by the contractor. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Is there time sensitive in this?
So a portion of this file will remain with staff to follow up. So it's up to us to whether to approve the grant or not. So any other comments?
Mr. Chair, we're certainly happy to ensure that Mackenzie follows up with the property owner to ensure that the work that's undertaken is only that was approved, the small amount to the delegated authority component.
I've no objection to approving the grant on the assumption that the work is done the way we would like it to be done.
So the standard conditions, there's always a burden of proof on the owner to, when the work is done, they have to show that the work was done according to the permit, correct? So, so if that happened, then it would not be a complete replacement because they only have a permit for that small portion, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. So the recommendation that's before the committee is for provisional approval. So the funds don't get released until we go through the due diligence of ensuring that they've completed the work as per the approvals that they were given and any rules. And there are situations, or have been, I believe, in the past where we've had a person that has not followed through and they have not received the money as a result. So, and certainly any behavior of that nature would compromise that applicant's ability to ever receive funding again. And we saw an example of that earlier this year. So it is a provisional subject to those conditions being verified by staff.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Members of the public have a chance to ask questions or make a comment. Seeing none. Or are we already debating? Is this, let's not move. We need a mover and a seconder for the grant. Moved by Dawn, seconded by Patricia. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Next one is item 5, notice of intention to demolition on a listed heritage property. So this is a listed property, 1,572 Sunnyside Road.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will try to get through these really quickly. I see that the applicants for the next, all 4 of these are all still here, so I applaud them for sticking this out. This is a listed property. It was just recently listed by council this past April. It is owned by the Conservation Authority, the Cataraqui Regional Conservation Authority. It is on the Little Cataraqui Creek Conservation Area property, but it's a little heritage resource that you've probably never seen or heard of. It is known as the Powley Farmstead at 1572 Sunnyside Road. The applicants are in the process of severing off this barn and property to dispose of it. It had tenants in it recently, and there's no longer programming need for it. But this past winter, this stone and frame barn succumbed to the weight of the heavy snow, and it has collapsed. Under the Heritage Act, a listed property, staff or council are given 60 days to respond to the applicant's intention to remove the property or remove the building from a property on a listed property, which has been provided to us in dated July 15th. We have discussed this property with the applicants, and they are agreeable to retain the stone walls and fence it off in hopes that the new owner of this property may have the resources to perhaps restore and repurpose this building. And that is what's before you today is simply consultation on this matter before it goes to council with that recommendation. And the property was reviewed as part of the Cultural Heritage Property Evaluation project by ARA Heritage. The report evaluation is in your agenda package. And this building, the stone house, which is beside this building, you can't see it in the pictures, has heritage value. It's an early pre-1820 building. Probably the barn's about the same age. And it is subject to future designation. So before you is the request for demolition of this portion of this structure and cleaning it up and fencing it off.
Questions from members of the committee? Yes, Councillor Schell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I read this, it sounds like when I'm looking at the pictures, it looks like there is still a roof on the limestone property, but it sounds like in the report that they want to take that roof off. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, there isn't much of a roof left. It's a wood frame structure, probably original, and it has serious failure over the last year. So what's left on there is just being held up by goodwill at this point, and it's there really isn't an actual structure there. It's pretty much gone.
Oh, it's the stone structure is the part that seems to still have a roof on it. And I'm just leading to, as soon as you take the roof off, the walls start to fall apart. So is there any chance that the stone structure could keep its roof?
Mr. Chair, if we're referring to the picture that's before the committee, that roof is actually not over a stone structure. That's a wood frame addition on the right of the building. The stone barn actually starts essentially where that roof is and goes to the left of the picture, which is completely gone. That's just the remnants of a wood frame addition that was added at some point in its history. which I think is in pretty rough shape.
So we've already lost the roof to the stone part of the structure, I guess. So we've already lost the roof. So the roof starts where that collapses is where the stone structure starts, correct?
Perhaps I can give you a bit of a, I got lots of pictures. So this is what may have been a living quarter at some point on the end. This is that wood frame addition. You can sort of see it there on the back of it. The stone, this is essentially where the wood frame starts, and this is all the stone wall and the far gable end. And I have lots of pictures that I could. This is the last summer, so we are fortunate we were out there before it came down. So there's the wood frame structure you can see on the one end and where the stone starts. And that actually little dormer is part of that living unit that was there. Again, there's the front view. So you can see the stone on the front of the building and the wood on the right.
Yes, Peter.
I'm kind of befuddled by this because beginning with image 3 and going on for a number of pages is a picture of a building which is still standing and the interiors. Is this the building which is now destroyed, and are these historical pictures, or is this another building on the same site?
Mr. Chair, that is the Stone Farm House. That's another building on this site. It's actually just across the parking lot driveway from this building. That is not the one that has collapsed. That's still there, and it's still in very good shape, and hopefully someday we'll add it to the register.
And therefore, it's adjacent. It's information about the adjacency to the property, but it's not directly relevant to this application then in terms of what's being demolished or what's being cleaned up.
The only relevance, Mr. Chair, is that was the report that assessed the heritage value of the whole property. And it did reference in portions of it this building, this barn, as a contributing feature to the property. But no, that house is not subject to.
And there's a reference in here somewhere to part of the property about to be severed. Am I interpreting that correctly?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. The Conservation Authority has no use for these buildings, and its planning is in the process of severing off a lot around these buildings, including the barn and the house.
And so the demolition permit then is part of a process of helping the Conservation Association to make this basically into a saleable proposition, cleaning it up before selling it. Or could the property be sold and the new owner be confronted with this? I mean, to whom is the permission being given to do the demolition? That's really my question.
Well, Mr. Chair, the current owner is the CRCA, the Cataraqui Regional Conservation Authority, and the property has not been severed. They're still in midst of various Planning Act approvals. I think it's just circumstance that this happened to come down at the same time, and we're dealing with that at this point. Whether it's more saleable or not, I can't speak to that. Their intent is to fence it off for safety reasons and just clean it up so that it's not a hazard.
But the demolition isn't in some way dependent upon the severance, in your understanding?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no.
No,
they're not.
Excellent question. I have a question about the listed. So if this is granted, the demolition permit, what happens to the listing? Does it continue on the remaining structures on the site?
The listing will remain. We're not proposing to take it off the register at all. Not at this point, no.
Okay. Members of the public. Okay.
Helen Finley, 52 Earl. This is, for me, a crying shame. I was out there 6 or 7 years ago and have photographs of what this complex was like. This is 1820 or earlier, and so it is one of our earliest farm complexes, and the complex aspect of it is now gone, and it's a shame that the CRCA didn't see fit to look to the structure of this barn while it had custody of it, so to speak. And at this point, I would say, if the siding is at all worth keeping, it would be good to hold on to that rather than sell it for someone's recreation room, and give it some protection so that a new owner may do something with the siding and the stone. I think this should move to designation, though, because what goes next to it, if this lot is severed, is going to be really important. And I think it should come to the committee, staff and the committee, for a look at that. So you'll have a heritage impact statement and all of that. If you don't designate it, it won't. So I think it needs to be given some priority for designation.
Thank you. Yep.
Mr. Chair, the owner of the property is here in case he wants to speak or anyone has questions directly for him.
So after all members of the public have spoken, agent will have a chance to respond. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Frank Dixon. I'm wondering if when the roof collapsed and damage occurred, did any damage to the heritage part of the building occur, or has that been determined yet? Maybe you can't see it until you get the roof out of there. It is regrettable, as Helen pointed out, but it seems that there's no alternative now to just take that out of there and try to salvage what can be left. So I'm just wondering if further damage to the stone part has occurred and if that could be ascertained. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Does the agent wish to respond to the comments so far?
Great, thank you. I'm Steve Necto. I'm the General Manager of the Conservation Authority. In response to a couple of the questions, I believe that you have in your package the entire report that was done last summer, which identifies a number of features of the barn structure, and part of it related to the gables, which were part of the roof structure, so they're gone. And the other part related primarily to the building, the stone portion of the building. So what we're trying to do with the application is to clean up the site, address the safety and maintenance issues as we currently have, and try and retain the stone for future use.
Thank you. So you see the recommendation. It says that the reports for consultation purposes. So this, similar to what we've done in the past, this is our opportunity to offer expert advice or recommendation. It would go to staff and would feature in the final report. Yes, Councillor Schell.
Just my comment about it, I agree completely with Ms. Finley. When we went through all these many listings, this was a really important building because it's unusual that you've got living quarter plus farm plus the barn. There's probably quite a story attached to it. So I'm pleased to see there's a huge amount of detail asked for, and I hope staff could actually require a really good detail of how that was built before and as it's being demolished, because you can't leave it like that. And as much stored as possible of the original building that can be saved, because it is possible somebody with money will be prepared to put it back together, because I think it's a very significant building. Thank you.
Any other comments? I assume you also have the option of sending written comments to staff through James that can also be incorporated in the final report. Seeing, yes, Don.
Well, just to make the point that the roof is gone, but the stone walls are still seem to be in pretty good shape. And if they are protected, particularly by putting sheet metal or something over the tops of the walls, they could stand for years, hopefully, until somebody can give it a new life.
Thank you. Just wait for the clerk here. Okay. I guess we'll move on to the next item then. Thank you very much, Mr. Knechtel. This is 92 Sydenham Street.
I'm just going to bring up the pictures here, Mr. Chair. There is revised plans in your agenda that came in late. They're titled as correspondence from me. There's also a letter from the applicant or the agent, Mac Jervin, which is also included as a schedule to the agenda. So this property is on Sydenham Street in this old Sydenham Heritage Conservation District. It was built in 1857, and the applicants are the new owners of this property who have patiently waited for their turn today and are here to speak to this if there's any questions. They are planning to do a number of repairs and improvements to this property to improve the current multi-unit residences that are in this building. I will just quickly go through the letter from Mr. Jervin, who talks about the alterations. A lot of them have to do with the back wing of this building, which is difficult to see from Sydenham Street. They're talking about new windows in the back, a new deck over the wing with access out of the rear of the building. There's also a new dormer proposed on the back as well. And this plan here, I believe, is the most updated one that's in your agenda as an added. And you can see the new dormer at the rear partially, and they're also looking at recladding that very back wing, just this bit here. The porch that's currently there now is just going to be turned into a balcony, French balcony, with a little glass door. And again, this is at the very rear of the building, which is difficult to see from Sydenham Street. The front of the building is proposed to have the windows, actually the transoms above the windows in the front are actually covered in by a drop ceiling that's proposed to be removed. It's hoped that the transoms are still in there somewhere and can be repaired. Otherwise, they're to be replaced and reinstated. The windows are actually not in bad shape, and the plan is now no longer to replace them at the front, but to repair them and make them a little more efficient. One of the more dramatic alterations proposed is a rooftop patio on the front of the building. I'm trying to find plans. There. And you can see, this is the dormer on the back, and this is the proposed patio on the top. It looks rather dramatic on the picture, but it's very difficult to see from the road, so I'd like you to keep that in mind when you're looking at this. This is the cut between it. So the roof line as it exists runs along there. The applicant's proposing to cut it out, keeping the roof line as is, but having a little sunken patio and a glass door coming off. I believe it's a master bedroom up at the top. And no extra railing, as the height of the roof will act as its 48-inch railing. And with that, I believe I've covered all the proposals for this building. And again, this is a Part 5 alteration, so we're looking for comment and feedback from this committee. So we have it to consider while we take it to council. Thank you.
Thank you. So questions from members of the committee, and knowing that the applicants are here, if you have questions for them. Peter.
I'm wondering how many units are in the building now. As I understand it, there will be, I think it's 5 units in the new, in the revised building, 1 on each of the main floors, 1 on each floor of the back wing, and then 1 on the top floor. Am I right on that? And how many units are in the building at the moment?
Hi, John McFarland. It's a 4-plex now, and it will be a 3-plex with our primary residence on the 2nd and 3rd floors.
I read the plans incorrectly then. It seemed to me that on the back wing referred to 1 on each floor as a studio apartment, and I took that to mean that, that they were seen as individual units. Is that not correct?
There are 2 bachelors on the back, a 1-bedroom on the main floor in the front, and then a 2-bedroom on the 2nd floor at present. So we're keeping the 2 bachelors in the back, the 1-bedroom on the main floor, and expanding the 2nd and 3rd floors for our primary residence. So I guess you could say it's going to be maintained as a 4-plex.
4-plex, I see. Thank you, because I didn't understand it. As I looked at it, it seemed to me that the top floor was independent, but it's not. It's the main unit will be a 2-story apartment.
Yes.
Thank you. Can I ask you what parking is available for that?
2 spaces.
That's unchanged because it's a 4-plex now, and it will be a 4-plex in the future.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Questions? Yes, Jamie?
My question's in sort of relation to the proposed patio and the roof there at the front. Now, sorry, I possibly zoned out. Is this is within the Sydenham district, so it has to follow that district conservation plan.
Yeah.
Does the district conservation plan allow for that type of alteration to a facade of a building? That's, given all our conversation earlier today.
It's a good question. Nice technical question for staff here.
Mr. Chair, we haven't actually done a full review of this, so I don't have a concrete answer for you. It is certainly something we are going to look very closely at. The policies in the plan sort of discourage altering roof lines, existing roof lines. So it is something we're going to have to consider, but we haven't done a full review of this at this point.
It's my neighborhood. To my knowledge, I haven't seen this anywhere else, but that doesn't mean that the plan specifically says one thing or another about it. If it's something so rare, it may not be mentioned.
If I can say something, once you see the height of the building from the road, you can't see anything up there at all. Maybe from the 5th floor of Hotel Dieu, I'm not sure. That was a joke.
You're saying that the patio might not be visible from the street at all?
I don't think it would be visible at all.
Okay. So you can't see the top of the roof from the street either?
Not really. There would also be 42 inches of the roof, which would come up and create the first part of the roof. So if you were going to see anything, that's what you would see.
Seeing no further questions, we'll move to deliberations of the recommendation. It's just for consultation, so this is your opportunity, as this is a Part 5 designated property. Before we do that, members of the public, sorry.
I have to say, I would have major problems with this at the front. And I don't think I would at the back of the building, but I certainly do at the front. And the fact that if you're standing on the street in front of the house, you can't see it, that I mean, it is the destruction of a heritage portion of the building. And there's a dormer proposed at the back. I assume that's the one to the left. And that looks like it fits very well. But the one to the front, it looks like it has patio doors or something like that. And I think this would be a shame. I know the building on the corner, I believe, has a rooftop garden of some sort, and it has had for years. And I've been on it, but I can't remember exactly how high up it is. But it's something just to take into account. This is a terrace, of course. And so that the buildings do have some visual connection one to the other.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a lot of information here, and it's actually a very intriguing concept that is being proposed. So I'm going to start off with a question about the addition on the rear of the building and whether the date of that part of the structure is known. It's not mentioned in the report. Just looking at page 159, it says an existing two-story addition and so forth. So the reason I'm asking that question is whether that section of the building can be considered a heritage sector, as we know that the front part, the original house, is. Okay, so following on from that, looking at the drawings on page 162, and I have to compliment the excellence of the drawings. They really are great. Where it says the new deck, this is on the bottom right-hand illustration on page 162. So it appears as if the deck is over the addition, right? So if that's not a heritage section of the property, then the deck may be okay, even though it appears as if it's going to be entered from the heritage part of the house. I don't know enough about that. I do have an issue with the porch on the front, and I guess going along with that question or point is a question about whether the third floor, or maybe it's the fourth floor of the house, is being currently lived in, and so whether that's an actual expansion of the living space of the property. And as it is now, you've got two main floors, you've got a basement, which you can see part of the window, and then it appears as if they're proposing to expand into the very top floor, sort of like an attic, with a dormer on the back and then the porch on the front. So just sort of trying to understand what they're looking to do there. So that there's some points and some questions sort of all tied in together. And I have to admit, I don't completely understand all of the ideas that are being proposed. So thank you.
Thank you. The applicant or staff have an opportunity to respond to the public's, members of the public's questions.
At present, the attic is not used for living, although there is precedent. The building to the right, which I believe is 94, is now occupied in the attic, and then the detached buildings to the left, and again, I don't know the addresses, maybe 88 and 90, are both developed in the attic. This building has had drop ceilings and no access to the attic.
Thank you. So for consultation, members of the committee have a chance to make oral submissions. Does anyone wish to do so? Jamie.
I'm sorry, I don't really know how to word this. I suppose it's more my concern. I mean, I think the designs are beautiful and they're ingenious, really. I'm quite impressed by that sort of proposal for the balcony. But I find it a bit odd that in the plans presented, there was quite a lot of stress saying that the additions to the back were not visible to the street, the public views, and very ingeniously so, they matched like the roof line and all that. It's the front balcony. I'm just not, not having been as familiar with the Sydenham plan as I am now with the Berryfield plan. It seems, I would be concerned about that that degree of alteration to a principal facade. And I don't see it as a reasonable argument that it can't be seen from then, because then you get into what is a principal facade, and that entire conversation we had this morning. So that's my only thing, as much as I think it is an awesome design.
I don't know if staff wants to respond, but the Sydenham plan does have a list of attributes that can be seen from the street and characteristics that are encouraged to be preserved. Beyond that, it would be staff's interpretation of the proposed changes, correct?
That's true, Mr. Chair. We will have to look at the policies in the plan and look at the attributes of this area. There are overarching attributes for the whole district, and there are also sub-areas of this district. As you know, it's a little varied depending on where you are. So there are sub-attributes as well, and we're certainly going to have to consider this one, and I'm interested to hear what the committee has to say, because I know internally we have been struggling with this proposal as well. So, yeah, thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Schell.
Interesting, it reminds me of the property on Princess Street that you can't actually see the sort of penthouse that's all glass. I think it's Trailhead. You can't really see it until you look, and then you do. And I have heard people comment, how did that ever get passed? But the point was that you couldn't really see it or notice it. And of course, people also say, gee, it'd be great to live up there. So it's a balancing act. I realize I can't sort of complain or recommend one way or the other. I think the picture is a little deceptive. To wind up with, I think you need 42 inches for the railing to make it safe. So that the picture makes it look like there's just a little tiny bit of the roof that would be exposed. I suspect it's quite a bit more. My major one would be that you can't actually see it because the roof could be reinstated at a later date. They're not changing the roof so much that it couldn't be reinstated if somebody wanted to close it in.
Yeah, the dimension is 42 inches.
Mm-hmm. So that would be my main comment about it, that if it truly can't be seen, it isn't an alteration that can't be repaired or reinstated.
Don, did you have something?
Yeah, a couple of comments. I guess first I should make the usual statement is that this is an application that should be coming to the committee according to the Heritage District Plan for recommendation, and it isn't. So we're giving comments out of our goodwill and support for the applicants and so on, but this is not the process that is appropriate under the plan. Anyway, comments. First of all, I'm pleased with some things. Certainly, repair and retention of the front windows. I noticed somewhere in the fine print it said they would be colored black. That's not good. Black is not a heritage color, and on other properties we have taken a firm line that windows trim should be painted in heritage colors. So there are many good alternatives, and I hope that will work out all right. The dormer at the rear is not visible from the front, but it's certainly visible from Johnson Street. On the other hand, there's a lot of other stuff on the adjacent house has a dormer and it has a deck as well, which are also somewhat visible. So I guess that's all right. Yeah, I guess that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. As I've said in the past, you've also got the option of written submissions.
Sorry.
Yes, you have just remembered something else.
Yes. The information provided is really pretty sketchy. I thought at first this was a pre-consultation rather than a consultation, but I certainly hope staff will ask for construction drawings to be provided so that they can really see what is going to be done in terms of the structures and you know, the deck and the new deck and all that sort of thing. So proper drawings should be supplied.
Thank you. Any other comments at this time? Okay. Thank you very much. And now we'll move to item 7, which is which did come to us as a pre-consultation before, 6769 Union Street. And I believe the agent is here to answer any questions as well.
You are correct. This one was before the committee a few months ago for pre-consultation. This is the quote-unquote old gym, new gym at Queens on Union Street. And Queens are proposing a significant alteration, addition to this property. It's rated as a significant building in the Heritage Agreement with Queens. And again, there is an updated, this is the updated sketch in the end of your agenda package that has a few changes from what I think you originally saw in the pre-consultation and what is attached to staff's report. So in a nutshell, the applicants, this is a pretty significant change, but the applicants are proposing to take down the rear and the remaining portions of the Jock Hardy Arena and add a approximately 3-story wellness, innovation and wellness center addition to this building, retaining the front, original front of the gym and the roof and a portion of the building back from that. There's also significant landscaping going along the front, bringing up the grade slightly to make the main access accessible. The existing roofing will be removed and the condition evaluated and replaced with the similar slate roofing. The 5 windows that you see in the front, which were blinded in the 60s and 70s, will be opened up once again with period-appropriate metal windows. The main door is to be replaced with a period-appropriate, custom-made, double-leaved, 8-pane glazed door, white oak door. The stones to be repointed. The exits, there will be extra exits added to this building to accommodate peak during class changes. They're to be added actually to the sides of the tower features, so sort of behind the tower features that come out the side off of stairwells in the inside. The vestibule has flanking little Gothic windows, or did. One was removed. It is proposed to be replaced and reinstated as little Gothic side windows beside that vestibule. And I believe that is the extent of the significant changes. But the applicant, Mr. Gostis, is here to speak on behalf of Queens if you have any questions. Yeah, so again, this is under the Heritage Agreement with Queens. The process is for feedback from this committee prior to going to council. So.
Thank you. We have 13 minutes before we lose quorum. Who would like to ask questions? Don?
The side windows to the front entrance, I think the situation now is that one of them will retain its narrow dimension or original dimension, but I'm not sure what's happening to the one on the right. The one on the right was enlarged to a door, is that correct?
Mr. Chair, yeah, there may be some confusion because originally the one on the right was a door, but it is now being reinstated as a window again. The doors are now being moved away from the vestibule and around the sides of the building itself. So those windows will stay as windows on the sides of the vestibule.
Well, now that the main entrance is presumably accessible or satisfies accessibility requirements, the side door is not needed at all, is that right? But the door on the right of the vestibule, is that going to be remain a door? I mean, sorry if I'm confused about that. But.
So maybe Tony can help me with this, but as I understand, I'm just going to zoom in on this door a little bit. So as I recall, Tony, there's an entrance. This is the main entrance here, and there's a door here right now. So as I understand it, that door is going to be turned back into a window, as it was in the original plan. These doors are being moved here, over here, and over here to accommodate the flood of students coming and going during class changes. So that there's not as much stress on the main door. But yeah, so
Fine.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Peter.
Thank you. When we had the pre-consultation, the illustrations I thought were rather misleading, and I'm talking about color. I'm wondering what steps have been taken in terms of the coloration of the glass and the surrounding envelope of the original stone building that will help the design of that stone and the color of it to stand out on Union Street rather than be submerged within a tremendous amount of glass.
So the applicant's agent is here, can come to a microphone. Just keeping an eye on the time as we have 8 minutes before we lose quorum.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. To keep this brief, what we'll do is we'll provide the full comments to staff with respect to the windows or the glazing on the side to staff to prepare for their report to council, but it is not the intent that it would wash out the building. Those comments that you made at the pre-application were noted, and that is not the intent at all.
What about the windows that are being reinstated in the original building? Is the original fenestration going to be retained? If it isn't, they're going to look like big, sore, empty holes.
So thank you again through you, Mr. Chair. The intent is to reintroduce the 9 light windows. To date, it has been challenging because there really are no detailed designs as to what they look like. We have been going by the photographic evidence, and that will be provided to staff for the report to council exactly how they will look. But again, they won't be giant 1 pane glass. It will be the 9 light windows reintroduced.
If I can just go back to the original question, as I recall, the glass surround, that is the kind of frame of glass which frames the older building, was all going to be tinted, or it looked to be tinted in the drawings that you gave us, showed to us at the pre-consultation. Is your intention to lighten up the color of that glass, or you said you haven't got a final decision on that or recommendation, but can you tell us the direction that you're working towards?
I think looking at the renderings can be a little bit misleading because, again, they are renderings and they tend not to do a very good job with glass curtain walls. So, I mean, the intent would be not to detract from the original building and the heritage building.
I mean, I think you realize that the truth of what you said about renderings is also one of the difficulties of dealing with, trying to judge with renderings, but that's all we have. And so your reassurance is I think is needed, and I hope when we see it that it does in fact help that distinguished building at the center of it to stand out and be coherent within the context, and not simply submerged within the context of the very large glass envelope, if I can call the new building that.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I just going back through the notes that accompanied this, the newest rendering or the newest plan, that the intent is that low E glass combining the clearest glass appearance of transparency is what is intended to be used. It will be a product comparable to SolarBand 70 XL. So the specification to date has been to use the clearest glass possible.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Members of the public. Mr. Dixon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I really like the design. I've played sports in there myself. Just some details. Page 180 says Jock Hardy Arena, should be Harty. This was the main gym for Queens from 1930 to 1971. And I think that historic heritage use needs to be preserved within the new design in terms of a plaque saying that, it was the main gym for that period of time. It was called the Bews Gym, B-E-W-S. I think that needs to be there as well. And I guess my one question is, the design doesn't make clear how far east the new building is going to extend toward, I guess it's Division Street is the north-south there. So that might be good to add that to the drawings. But otherwise, I approve the plans, and I especially like the restoration of the windows facing Union Street. That's really good.
You have the opportunity to respond.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. The extent of the building will pretty much be exactly where the existing building is now. So where you see the wall of that adjoined to the former Jock Hardy Arena, that's where this view will go along. Now, it could be a couple feet outside or inside, depending, but that is the intent, that it won't really expand the envelope of the existing structure.
Thank you. Okay. And again, if anyone has any further submissions, you can make them through James in writing. Hopefully they'll make it in time to the report to council. Lastly, we have under business number 8. It's 110 Sydenham Street on the corner of Johnson. Application for a heritage permit. Patricia told us before she could only be here till 3, and that's 3 minutes away.
So this is the First Baptist Church, Mr. Chair. The applicants want to rebuild the front porch, and it is within the Sydenham district. There's the church. There's the steps today. The idea, and I believe the applicants are here, the idea is to add a landing where the door is, where the door comes out, and then reorient the stairs accordingly. And the applicants can explain the purpose for that a little further. I would note in our brief review of this that in our circulations that this may trigger the need for a minor variance application in that the stairs are now encroaching further into what I think is the public, the city's right-of-way, and that we, and I believe I mentioned here, may have some concerns with the changing of this design in terms of the Sydenham plan and the policies that discourage that. So we're happy to get comments again before we proceed to council. Thanks.
Just a clarification, Ryan, this is adjacent to the Sydenham plan, is that correct? But not contained within?
It is within.
It is within?
It is within,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you. I asked because it's not in my electoral district.
Oh.
Go ahead, Don.
So there still is one step up from the landing to inside the church, if I understand this drawing and sketch on page 211, right?
Just quickly looking at the plans here, Mr. Chair, I believe it's a small step.
Maybe a small step.
Yeah, which I guess would be the threshold of the door itself. So, yeah, it looks like there'll be one step.
Just to give us your name and relation to the project, please.
Catherine Albanat. We're at this church. Yeah, there's a step there, and you open the door reaching up, and then you pull the door open and go back steps as you open the door. So, yeah, according to this, all as we want to do is move it essentially 2 steps ahead. So it would, where that wall is at the end, it would be like 22 inches further out than it is right now. And that would just create a little bit of a landing up there where that the top step is, in order to allow people to just be on a safe place to pull the door open. So we would leave it concrete, it would be just as it is, just we would provide a little bit more, slight bit of a landing for safety.
So it's now 3 o'clock. This is for consultation purposes. We're about to lose quorum, and that would be the end of the meeting. So further input will have to be in writing to the clerk, and unfortunately, that's all the time we have. The rest of the agenda, item E is empty. Item F has an update regarding emergency approval for 116 Bagot Street. Item 9A was deferred to next meeting. There are no notices of motion or other business. And the correspondence, there's the 4 items listed here plus the items listed on the addendum. And our next meeting is indeed September 7th at 9:30. If the website ends up saying 9 o'clock, it is wrong. It's 9:30 a.m. is the start time. So I need a motion to adjourn. All those in favor? Carried. It was moved by Peter. Thank you.